자, 그럼 시작해.
Let me begin the day 2 of JeongSeon Forum. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we had such enthusiastic sessions for the first day of forum, and I'd like to take this opportunity to once again to thank you for your support. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is JeongSeon, and I'll be moderating the morning session. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you today in this beautiful city of JeongSeon. Yesterday, we opened JeongSeon Forum 2021 with the opening session, keynote speech, and special lecture, as well as plenary session. So we had a lot of discussions on how we can achieve a sustainable earth and sustainable society where everyone can live in harmony. And an international community needs to work on cooperation for sustainable life on earth. We'd like to proceed with the day 2 of forum. We have such prestigious guests and speakers prepared for today's session, and online viewers can submit their questions and comment through YouTube channel. If you take a look at the bottom of YouTube channel, you can find the QR code, and if you scan the QR code, you can directly access to the session live streaming. From now on, we'd like to begin a talk concert, and online viewers can submit their questions to the speakers for the talk concert session. So I'd like to ask for your active participation for this session. Now let me begin the talk concert session. We can find many people in our daily lives who work on small things and start with the small things to achieve a sustainable earth and sustainable environment. And talk concert will be held on the theme of zero plastic, zero waste, a small move for big change. Why don't you take a look at the video clip?
저희는 첫 번째 연사.
Let me invite our first speaker for the morning session. CEO David Ho Sub-sung of Starbucks Korea will deliver his presentation as the first speaker. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm very delighted to be here. I'm Song Ho-sub of Starbucks Korea. It gives me a great pleasure to be a part of this very meaningful forum. As a company, top management, sustainable management is indeed the top challenge that our top manager faces. And I believe that whatever we do, it's quite natural that people view us from a commercial perspective. Despite that, we are trying to do what we can as a responsible corporation. So I did come up with some material, and what I have is a future that we envisioned at the Starbucks together with others. We are looking for sustainable development, and we are aiming at improving the environment. So I'd like to walk you through our activities, what we have done in the past, and also about what we plan to do in the future, the direction that we'd like to take, and so on. The things we can do to make sure that we remain responsible. Starbucks Coffee Korea was established in 1999. We opened our first step of the outlet front of Ewha Women's University. And as you can see from this picture, we have um, the paper cups. And the paper cups that we have made have been favored a lot by the youth in South Korea. And many people wanted to assimilate themselves, or they relate to the brand name of Starbucks. And the brand the printed cup has become a social issue lately. Untagged society has become a norm in Korea in 2020. And the number of disposable cups being used has increased. And many people raised the point about 200 million, 250 million disposable cups being used and disposed in the Korea. So once the disposable cups have been rather popular amongst the youth, but these days people believe that we have to do something about those disposable cups. And we came to raise a question on ourselves. And I think this question affects the coffee industry, and also it is a question for the environment at large. Would we be able to maintain status quo? We may be able to grow as the coffee industry, but we may not be responsible. We may not be a responsible company in pursuing growth. So we have to do something. We have to take actions for a change. So we do believe that this is indeed a time for change. We try to take small actions to induce changes at the Starbucks Korea. And I like to talk about the small steps we have taken and about the big steps that we would like to take to be a responsible company. And this is what I've done in 2018, and this was more like a pilot experiment. We changed it from the plastic to the paper straws in 2018. And in 2019 and onwards, for the first time in the coffee industry in Korea as well as in the world, we have introduced the paper straws. And then we introduced a lid that does not the cup lid that does not use straws, and we were able to reduce the usage of these straws by 50%, and we were able to reduce the volume of the plastics used as a whole. That was about 126 tons per annum decrease reported at the Starbucks Korea. And we believe that such achievement was possible because of active participation of our valued young customers. And we induce participation of the customers. We think this is a very important point. And we encourage our customers to use reusable cups, and we provide incentives to them. So we give extra star points which are the mileage points that we use at the Starbucks system, or we give our customers the option of adding another 300 points if they want for using reusable cups. But why we believe that while all these efforts are quite meaningful, what we need is awareness improvement, enhancing of the awareness at large. And therefore, we joined hands together with the regional government, which is a Seoul City government. Flowers Bloom is a campaign that we conducted together with the Seoul City government. And we also carried out a Tree a Cup campaign. These are some of the continuous efforts that we take at the Starbucks Korea. And 10th of every month is proclaimed in Starbucks Korea as a disposable cup free day. So we induce our customers to be a part of this responsible practice at the Starbucks Korea. But these small actions, small activities are really valuable in that the first steps are really important for us. While the first steps are very important, we have to look at the sheer volume of 250 million disposable cups being used. So we have to think about bringing fundamental changes. And if the accumulation of disposable cups is indeed a problem. The fundamental solution to this question, the problem is to stop using disposable cups. And that is why we want to transform into a disposable cup-free outlet. And we have designated some of the stores as such stores. And our efforts began in 4 of our stores in the Jeju Island. These 4 stores are designated to be cups, the disposable cup-free store. Everyone has to use a reusable cup. The reusable cup can naturally be used for many times. We ask for a deposit amount of 1,000 won. And we return the deposit to the customer when they return this reusable cup. And this is pursued together with the public sector, actually with the civil society organization, excuse me. So we work together as in the Habit Eco Alliance cooperation program. So we have a corporate mechanism. To put it simply, what we do is when a customer comes into a store, they place an order, they receive a reusable cup from us, and they can return this cup at a special counter. And the deposit amount will be returned. And the CJ is the shipping company that we use. We will collect the cups through CJ, and then we'll have these cups washed by the civil society organization. And this company this organization will return the cup to the store. And I'm sure that there are a lot of inconveniences to be incurred by using the reusable cup. But actually, this cup it comes without a corporate brand logo that we use, and therefore. From Starbucks company, we cannot pursue brand marketing through use of the reusable cup. And for customers, it's inconvenient because they have to return the cup through a machine. So it's inconvenient, a counter machine, that this is inconvenient for them as well. But our customers, although they do have to go through some inconveniences having to return the cup themselves, we believe that this small inconvenience is going to bring about huge changes within the Korean society. And that is why we came to implement this idea. And we want to do this for about 3 months. This is going to be a pilot program. And then we hope to expand this practice to all other stores in the Jeju Island. In Jeju Island, we operate about 24 stores. So this all 24 stores are all going to be without the disposable cups. And that will lead to the not using 1.8 million cups in Jeju Island alone, and a reduction of 35% in CO2 emissions. And we hope to fully launch this program in Jeju Island in 2021 and expand it to Seoul City in 2022 and 2023, and then expand it to other parts of the nation, so that we can go completely disposable cup free in 2025. We are hoping that other franchise the companies, the coffee franchise companies, will follow suit. When it comes to sustainability, I believe that small actions are required, and also, as I said earlier, we need awareness enhancement of the stakeholders, our customers, our staff, and all others involved. And therefore, we are engaged in awareness enhancement program as well. They include a zero waste campaign. This is a campaign that involves reduction of the uses of these cups, as well as in the disposing of the waste as well. And there is also a global sustainability education being carried out. We emphasize the need, the importance of environment, and we actively encourage the participants to take actions in their daily lives. And within the store, we try to communicate with our customers frequently so that they can take actions through awareness enhancements. We also carry out SNS programs and various other online programs. We encourage people to join our efforts, and we provide them with a list of actions that they can take as part of this program. Now, whenever a private company take an action or a series of actions, we run into a series of the issues. We have pro-environmental causes to promote, while at the same time we have to make sure that we make a profit. We have to introduce new products, and as we do so, we may end up increasing the volume of plastic we used to. So there are certain misunderstandings and truths that we need to promote at Starbucks Korea. I'd like to talk about that as well. And when we want to be pro-environment, what is the most important point that you have to bear in mind? I'm sure this has come to you very frequently. There are 3 R's that you have to bear in mind in promoting a pro-environment. Reduce, reuse, and recycle are the 3 R's. And on top of that, the 3 R, you have another point, which is upcycling. The actions we take has to include all 4 things. The 3 R's, reduce, which means through our actions, we have to make sure we reduce the use of the disposable cups, and then we have to reuse. We have to make sure that we use, although it's a plastic cup, we have to use the reusable cups more frequently. That will lead to reduction in the carbon emissions and reduction in the new plastics being used. And we have to make sure that we recycle. The plastic cup that we use needs to be recycled so that ultimately all these 3 R efforts lead to upcycling. That would make it possible for us to provide new products to our customers. So we can use these plastics to make new products, and they can be reused by the customers. We try to take actions. We understand that we're not very perfect. We're not perfect to begin with, and it takes time for companies to adjust to new things. But small actions are required, and we need to expand on the small actions that we take. So, what is the direction, the future direction for Starbucks? It may be environmental, and also there are 2 things you have to bear in mind. You have to make sure that we adhere to sustainable management, which means we have to put planet first. If you want to put planet first, you need to make sure that you reduce the use of the disposable goods, and we have to use the plant-based goods more. And then pro-environmental stores need to be installed, and the waste reduction has to be promoted. Overall, we hoped to make a reduction by 30%. And we have to also bear in mind that these are the things that we cannot do alone. It has been done together. And we have to induce the participation of the customers and our staff, our partners. So these small actions will lead to us being socially responsible. We want to increase employment by 30%, and we also want to increase the portion of the vulnerable people within these new recruitments. And we want to increase the new type of stores being installed into Korea. We believe that such actions need to be taken together for the planet and for all of us. We need to take actions. We have such objectives being set at the Starbucks Korea. Lastly, I'd like to show you a video clip, and this is from the Kevin Johnson, our global CEO at the Starbucks. I'd like to conclude with his remarks. Please show the video clip.
Take this time to say thank you. Thank you for choosing to wear an even greener apron. By taking this course and stepping up to be an advocate, fully engaged in sustainability of the one planet we all share. You see, I believe that the actions we take as individuals, as a company, and as a society have never been more crucial than they are right now. For me, it's about our future. And this really struck home for me last year as I was reading the Dr. Seuss story, The Lorax, to my 5-year-old grandson. You know, that story reminds us that we all have a responsibility to act, and to act right now, if we are going to make a difference for people around the world. A favorite quote of mine from the book goes like this: "But now," says the once-ler, "now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not." You see, the challenges of climate change, pollution, and water shortages are growing more urgent. And so we look ahead with a heightened sense of urgency and conviction that we must challenge ourselves, think bigger, and do much more in partnership with others as we take care of the one planet we share. In January of 2020, we made a commitment to be a planet-positive company, a company that gives more than we take from the planet. And we've set 3 ambitious goals for 2030 that will be the focus of our planet-positive work over the next crucial 10 years. A 50% reduction in carbon emissions, a 50% reduction or replenishment of water being used for direct operations and coffee production, and a 50% reduction in our waste. Now, I'm excited that you're choosing to join us to drive our company into the future by earning your greener apron. Like most things that are worthwhile, achieving our planet-positive aspiration will not be easy. The journey will not be linear. It will require all of us to play a role, and this course gives you the foundation that will support you in this journey. As many of you know, sustainability has been at Starbucks' core since the beginning, and is consistent with our belief that we can build a great business that scales for the good of everyone. By taking this course, you will learn what that really means, and we're giving you the tools you need to not only lead us into a greener future, but to make your own life planet positive. Remember, every time you take what feels like a tiny step, you are joining in with hundreds of thousands of your fellow Starbucks partners, including myself. And when we do that, together, we make a huge impact. So thank you. Thank you for your commitment to this important cause.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Please give another big round of applause to Mr. Sung Ho-sop. Please take your seat at the center stage. Front of center stage. Well, actually, I understand that we use a lot of disposable goods, but to be able to convert them into pro-environment goods, you must have placed a lot of efforts. I really look forward to a better future with efforts placed by the Starbucks Korea. And I'd like to know if there are any questions from the audience. And we do have a question from the audience. So let me read from these questions. Reusable cup event has been implemented by Starbucks, and you are aiming at going zero plastic. Have you implemented such event in the past? And after this reusable cup event is implemented, do you really believe that the usage of the reusable cups have been increased by your customers instead of using the plastic cup? I'm very curious about what has actually happened at Starbucks Korea. Yes, before the reusable cup event, we had a personal cup event. The personal reusable cup event, and we find that every year our customers come with their own personal cups, the tumbler and the reusable cups. But tumbler can be quite heavy for the customer to use, so we want to go for a new effort, and that is why we implemented reusable cup event, and we hope to expand the implementation of this cup event to other stores in the future as well. This is the next question, and we have a video clips to show you, and this question will be posed by an audience. Good morning. Thank you for the great lecture. Starbucks is such an influential brand name, and the way that Starbucks changes itself to promote an eco-friendly society is so impressive to me. But since Starbucks is a private company, it has to pursue profit. If you want to improve the environment, your consumers need to reuse their products. And as a company, you care about the environment. You have to really make sure that your customers implement this practice. If as a company you care about the environment, you pursue profit based on ethics and consumption, and there could be certain conflicting values between the two. How would you strike that balance? Thank you for that question. And we look really forward to a candid answer provided by the speaker. Yes, it's a tough question. And as I said, we are a private company, and therefore pursuing sustainable management can be a very difficult task. Whatever we do, people may say that we are trying to make more profit, but that is right, actually, and that is correct. A company needs to make more profit, because if we make more profit, we'll be able to take more responsible actions. So if we want to return what we have earned from the society, we need to make sure that we increase our profit. And that is the way for us to be more influential. But in the way of pursuing profit, we need to be responsible in our actions. So we could do things like a reusable cup event, or we could hope to source more pro-environmental materials in the beginning. I think such actions would be urgently required. Yes, that as the company leader, you must be really thinking about a lot of different ideas, and all these different ideas will lead to such positive results in the future. And given the time constraints, we would have to let the speaker, Mr. Song Ho-seop, go. And I'd like to thank Mr. Song Ho-seop and ask for a big round of applause as we end the first speech.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, CEO David Ho-seop for your great presentation. So we need to start with a small action to make a big change. And shared values and acting together is very important, and that's a new world or new society. So not only the companies, but also the consumers need to join their hands to make a big change together. Now let me invite our second speaker for the morning session. There are a lot of people who are looking forward to having his speech. He has been a TV show star, and he is well known as a science master. Let me give you Professor Sang-woo Kim of Gangwon University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sang-woo Kim, a professor of physics at Gangwon University. When I was invited to give a lecture in today's forum, I was asked to give a lecture on the theme of eco-friendliness. As you may know, I'm a physicist. I'm not an environmentalist. However, whenever a physicist like me is asked a question about eco-friendliness, we always think about the definition of eco-friendliness. We always talk about we need to save Mother Earth, we need to preserve our environment, but actually we need to question ourselves what actually the environment is, and if we return to a primitive nature of primitive environment or the status of nature, we need to demolish all the structures or man-made buildings that we have made up until now, but that's almost impossible in reality. 4 billion years ago, Earth looked like this. So we cannot go back to this primitive stage. It's not an eco-friendly state. And in such a state, human beings couldn't survive. And Earth went through a lot of evolution, particularly the help of this living organism. 4.8 billion years ago, there was a first living organism came into Earth. And this living organism is the most important the living organism in the beginning of Earth. It's called the cyanobacteria. It lives on photosynthesis to have energy. And also a byproduct of photosynthesis of this cyanobacteria is waste. And actually waste played a big role in accumulating oxygen on the surface of Earth. That's how Earth became a planet with full of oxygen and ozone. Once there is high level of oxygen in air, actually Earth can or is able to keep water. So thanks to the oxygen in the air, there became water, or the water was generated on the surface of Earth, and that's how the Earth became the environment where people can live in, or the humans can live in. So this is the picture of Earth as of today, which is blue planet. The reason why it is colored blue is there's water on the surface of Earth. So as I mentioned before, this small living organism changed the status of, or the state of the primitive Earth. And let's take a look at this national park. This national park is world-renowned thanks to the Verges shale. It is well known for a large scale of preservation of fossils. Those fossils were the living organisms that lived in Cambrian epoch. And also, if we take a look at the fossils discovered in this Verges shale, we can find a lot of soft fossils that once lived in Cambrian epoch. And people wonder how the Earth, happened to have this many living organisms on Earth in one specific epoch, and a lot of scientific research have been conducted to identify the reasons. And this is an article released in a magazine called Nature. This is picture. This is a painting, not a picture. This is a kind of speculation or guesswork what happened on Earth around the Cambrian explosion. This little monster is called Anomalocaris. It looks absurd or weird, but it's extinct and we cannot find this living organism on Earth anymore. The living organisms with hard shell were able to survive on Earth in Cambrian epoch. And if we find the fossils of the Cambrian epoch, those fossils are the fossils of living organisms with hard shells. And actually in the Cambrian epoch, what happened is that a lot of living organisms happen to have hard shells. And those living organisms with hard shells could survive in that specific epoch. And the question here is why those living organisms needed to have hard shells in that Cambrian epoch. And if we take a closer look at this specific living organism animal carries, we can find a certain answer to that question. This living organism is believed to be a predator, and it was the first time that predator came into existence on Earth. Before this era, there was no need for the living organisms to protect themselves from predators. However, with the advent of a predator into the environment, the living organisms that lived in that area needed to have hard shells to protect themselves. So this kind of evolution or change occurred based on the interactions or relations of the living organisms with other living organisms. We will revisit this graph over and over during my presentation. This graph describes the temperature change of Earth for the past the billion years. Actually, we can divide this graph into two parts, and as it comes closer to the modern time, you can see actually the dots are very dense or become very dense. When we campaign for the preservation or conservation of the Earth environment, we need to define or specify what is the proper temperature of Mother Earth. There were times when Earth was heated up or way hotter or warmer than now. 5 million years ago, actually you can find the demarcation before this era and after this era. So with the mark of this 5 million years ago, the Earth temperature started to go down, and this temperature change made a huge impact on mankind. At the time, the humans were Homo sapiens who were believed to live in jungles. With the drop of temperature, jungles turned into savanna, and the Homo sapiens were provided with two choices. They can go deeper into the jungles, or they could settle down in this newly made savanna. And there were primates, the Homo sapiens, the ancestors of the Homo sapiens decided to settle down in this newly born savanna. And this dropping of Earth temperature gave birth to modern Homo sapiens or modern humans. In savanna, actually, the Homo sapiens could take advantage of being erect without crawling with 4 legs. So as you can see, in this transition, the environment gives huge impact on the evolution of people, and this is the change of era before the Neolithic era, and also the Earth temperature started to change again. So you can see the fluctuation of Earth temperature. There was certain times when the Earth temperature went up. However, the general trend is the dropping of Earth temperature. Around 12,000 years ago, the Earth's temperature started to go up and reach the current temperature state. And this kind of Earth temperature change made a huge impact on humans' life. This moderate temperature enabled the cultivation of agricultural products, and at the same time, 12,000 years ago, people settled down and they started to create a habitat working on agriculture.
The Neolithic revolution is not just agricultural revolution, because if you look at the Neolithic and a period prior to that, you have to look at the role of the stone. So if you just pick the stone that is period Neolithic, and if you use pick a stone and use it properly, it's as a Neolithic implement, then you are at the Neolithic age. In the Neolithic age, people had this idea that they could change nature. Prior to that, people felt that they could not change nature. They just picked a stone from the ground and used it. This is what animal can do, the chimpanzee can do as well. But in the Neolithic age, people began to pick a stone and turn it to something else and use it for their purpose. And use it for the agriculture and so on. Since then, we continue to change the nature. And thus came the civilization. And at the core of the civilization, the basic concept is that you are going, as a human being, you are going to change nature. And you have to think about the environment at that point. And so you change nature in order to prosper, and that is why you change the nature. But there is always a binary divide among people, the poor and the rich. So people chose to change the nature to improve their life, and that is what civilization is about. So you induce changes to the environment as you become more prosperous. But people had no idea where their limits could be. Industrial revolution began, and the people came to understand that change you can create is much larger than you think. And this is the Seoul metropolitan region. You can see that animals cannot live in this artificial environment on their own. And this is the ideal environment that people desire in cities. Would it be possible that we return to the pre-Neolithic era for the environment? You have to think about the point in time that you like to improve your environment too. So time is always very important. So if you want to stop bringing more aggravated changes to the environment, you have to think about the time. And otherwise, you are going to end up in a paradoxical situation. So I think if you like to bring changes to the environment, you have to think about this. If human beings create environmental changes that are harmful themselves, those changes must be stopped. If what you do can actually promote better life for you, that is civilization. So you have to think about benefits versus harms being done to you. A lot of problems are associated when it comes to answering a question like this. And preserving nature per se is not the only way to improve the environment. That's what I want to say. Let's go back to the slide that I showed you. Let's go to the very last part. I talked about what happened 12,000 years ago. We entered Neolithic age. And then there's a change to the temperature. And you will see a spark here and there at the end of the graph here. You will see that there is a steep rise in temperature. So let me expand and show you that this is what happened in the last 100 to 200 years or so. You look at the human history, and there is a steep rise in the temperature that has occurred in the last 200 years. And this is a very rare event. If you look at the history, you need to take rather drastic actions for such a rise in temperature to take place. So this does not happen because of certain movement of the people. It is because of our other collateral impact that has been created by the actions that people take. So scientists have studied for a long time. And it took many years for scientists to come to the conclusion that this is a man-made event. And we believe that it is the CO2 emissions that increase that has led to such drastic changes on Earth. And the CO2 emission is not heat, but it leads to increase in the temperature because the CO2s, when they are emitted, they trap all this heat emitted by the sun. So man-made CO2 is able to trap all this enormous heat that comes from the sun, and this leads to the increase in the global surface temperature. So there was a 1.1 degrees the temperature increase from the Industrial Revolution era. Some people say that we worry too much. It's only about 1.1 degrees. But if that happens, many anomalies would take place. and you see that there is a huge swing in the temperature and unusual events that take place. And as we've seen, we are not really going to see an extinction of the human species or the end of the world because of this rise in the temperature. But we are very concerned because we are facing a lot of problems. If we have seen the larger fluctuations in temperature, we could end up having a crop problem, the harvest problem. We are a net importer of the agriculture goods. And if we reduce, say, the volume of the imports by 50% because of these weather events, would it be acceptable for us? If there is a sudden drop in the crop harvest, has the war been peaceful? People did not cooperate in an amicable manner. People migrated in massive scales, and there has been wars and conflicts. If there is such inequality in energy or the crop harvest, would we be able to resolve this problem in the very peaceful manner? We have to really ask a serious question about that. And violence could be created because of these changes to the global temperature. We have to make sure that the crisis does not happen, and if that crisis does happen, we have to make sure there's an international mechanism to make sure that we resolve this issue in a peaceful manner. Look at the pandemic situations. Certain few countries are dominating the vaccine to themselves, and we're not able to solve the problem. There are still a group of scientists or the group of people who doubt as to whether the climate crisis is actually the factual thing. I cannot say with authority because I'm not an expert on the climate change, but I listened to my colleagues who said that this argument has been going on for many years already. First, people would ask questions about whether humans are responsible for climate change. This happened in 1990, and we accumulated more data, and then we came to conclude in 2001 that we are accountable for more than 66% of these changes incurred to the climate. And then at the fifth IPCC conference, we concluded that more than 90% of what has happened is something that human beings should be responsible for. And we know about this Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, which agreed to a 2.2 degrees the limit by 210. But at this very landmark event, which took place in Incheon at the IPCC General Meeting, we agreed to 1.5% limit. And the first draft of the sixth IPCC report has been released a few days ago. No one doubts the human responsibility. We believe the humans are fully responsible. Unless we take the drastic measures, we cannot stop the climate crisis from happening. And this is going to be turned into an official report sometime next year. So we have to clearly recognize the situation that the climate change can be harmful to human beings. CO2 is the most serious problem, and the sheer volume may not be an issue because it's the size of the countries, but you have to look at the per capita CO2 emission. That is more important. And you see that we are a large scale consumer. We use twice as more compared to China. The global average is 4.97, and we use 3 times more in CO2 when it comes to CO2 emissions. And you have to also bear in mind that electricity generation, it takes up a large part of the CO2 emissions. So people emphasize the reuse of the energy, but scientists know it very clearly. There's no way that we'll be able to generate all the energy from the reusable energy. But so we do have to use the nuclear reactors, but they are quite dangerous. We cannot solely rely on the nuclear reactors. The conclusion we draw can be rather simplistic. It's not the advanced technology or drastic measures. We need to be willing to live in, accept a certain level of inconvenience. We may not be able to risk our lives, but we may be able to bear it, to embrace a certain level of inconvenience to our life. And this is going to be a problem that we have to address. The most difficult task that human beings need to address. I talked about the benefits that people do. Benefits that environment can bring to us. Can we change everything because we find it beneficial? No. This is a beautiful landscape of JeongSeon. And I think you have to bear in mind of the picture at the left, which is the plant. Picture at the right shows the animal life. And plants use photosynthesis, and they are able to create oxygen as the byproduct. And they release oxygen and CO2. They take CO2 and release oxygen into the atmosphere. And they make glucose too. And I think they're sharing between animals and the plants desired to bring an ideal state. We are dependent with each other. Animals and plants depend on each other to create food for themselves. And they live in a certain network. And they rely on each other. We have to do this because we are part of the nature. So for the benefit of the human beings, we need to preserve the environment. This is not about separation of nature and human beings. We are already part of the nature, and we have to make sure that we take on a more accurate perspective in looking at the nature. I'd like to end my speech with this poem by Park Jun. He says that, I quote, "How a man lives with birds is not about locking the bird up in a cage. It's about growing grass and trees in your garden." Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to Professor Kim. And I listened attentively, and a lot of things came to my mind. And you said that our life is, there's a close connection between our everyday life and nature. And your speech gave us a chance to think about the nature, the concept of nature, and what we can do to the nature. And we received a series of questions from the audience, and let's pull them up.
부탁을 드릴게요. 보여주시죠. 자, 제가 소개.
Okay, and I have this question. I think we are living between ice ages, and another ice age can come if you look at the history of the planet. And is it possible that we can arrive at an ice age, although there is high rise in the temperature? Is it possible that we live in the interglacial period and that we can survive also in the ice age as well? Scientists said it would give a typical answer. We don't know. Climate system is a very complex one. People talk about us living in the interglacial period. There's ice age and the interglacial period, which means there's another ice period. There's certain assumption. We don't know when that will come. But it's going to take a while, a long time for the ice age or another ice age to arrive. We believe that it's an unprecedented or very, it may be unprecedented or it may be very rare that we're looking at such high rise in temperature. If another planet comes striking the Earth, it may happen, but it's truly a rare event. And that is why the scientists have conducted study for the last 40 years. And as data accumulates, the scientists came to the conclusion that this is human behavior that leads to the rise of the temperature. And we have to clearly recognize that the crisis, and we have to ready ourselves against the event of this crisis. There is a probability. It's not fully 100%. Scientists would never draw a 100% conclusion. But you could dare and argue that there is less than 1% probability, but this does not have anything to do with human behavior. but we cannot bet our fate on what has less than 101% probability. Yes, we need to ready ourselves for anything that is going to happen for us in the future. The readiness is very important. We can take perhaps one more question.
어떤 질문일까요?
Okay, let me read the question on behalf of the online viewers. As a physicist, do you believe that the current climate change can be resolved through scientific measures? What could be those measures? Do we need to take some or live up with some inconveniences, cutting back our consumption of resources? What could be your answer? There could be two aspects. The first aspect is that because of the energy preservation rule, we cannot create energy in infinitely. And also thermodynamics rule entails the entropy increases. So the more energy we use, still the entropies will continue to increase. We cannot stop it. So it means that things will not happen as we wish. And the second aspect of this answer is that with the introduction of new technologies, we can come up with the enhanced efficiency of energy. Do you think it will be good enough? People will be complacent with the enhanced energy efficiency and will not use more? I believe that will not happen. So we need to keep the status quo. However, it's not gonna happen, and people will use or consume more energy. And if the electricity bill goes down thanks to the advancement of technology, people use more power. So we cannot satisfy humans' greed. I believe, and it's too late for us to talk about how we can satisfy our needs or demands. The development of technology cannot solve such kind of issue. And we believe that there are limitations to the amount of energy we can create because of that thermodynamics rule. We need to talk about a development of new technologies or advent of genius scientists. Rather, we should accept the uncertainty of our future and the limitations of science. Of course, scientists will work on and make a lot of efforts to come up with better technology to enhance the efficiency of energy, but that will not be the ultimate answer to the current climate. We need to negotiate a compromise the greeds of human beings, and we need to cut down on the demands for energy. We need to change our way of thinking to provide a fundamental solution to the problem that we suffer from right now. So during your presentation, you talk about inconvenient life, why we need to put up with a certain level of inconvenience in our daily lives to save planet Earth. So in order to find a wise answer, we need to work together where we are. And we can entertain one last question before we wrap up the second speech of today's talk concert session. Good morning, Professor Kim. I am Jin Seok-hong, a first-year middle school student who wants to become a scientist in the future. I'm interested in life science and modern physics, so I enjoy reading your books. Your books deal with the difficult and hard subject of science, but the text are easy and beautiful like a novel. As a scientist who is trying to think logically, do you have a secret not to lose your sensitivity and language skill?
방법.
Well, what is your secret? This has really actually nothing to do with the theme of my presentation, right? But we have given the opportunity to the youth, so would you like to respond for the future? I don't think that's going to be a really difficult task. You need to have the love for the mankind. You need to have the love for the Homo sapiens, our species. What you do could be beneficial for the human species, and it could be used for the humankind. If there is a perspective you'd like to adhere to, maybe naturally you would arrive there. This is a question that I wasn't expecting from a student, from an audience. Having listened to your speech, I think our young students may come to aspire, may come to dream about the future, and is why such a question came to you. I hope that the questions, Professor Kim answered your question. I hope that you will indeed become a good scientist in the future, talented scientist in the future. With this, I'd like to wrap up the second speech. I'd like to ask for a big round of applause to Professor Kim Sang. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Living together, and this is indeed a very difficult, daunting challenge that we need to undertake. There are things that we can do as human beings, and I think we could reflect on our lives and think about what we can do in our everyday living. Next, we'd like to invite the last speaker for the talk concert. She was actually featured in a TV program. The You Kids on the Block is a very popular TV show, and she is also a pioneer in the food documentary. She is very famous. Lee Uk-jung is now invited to the podium. Please give a big round of applause to Lee Uk-jung.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you all. I heard that today's forum and the talk concert session will be held online, so I expected no audience, but still I can find a few people sitting in front of me, and it encourages me a lot. I have produced documentaries dealing with food to think about human history. And while you're doing my job, I came to a realization that food is a symbol and a bridge. It connects people and their lives. 2 years ago, we were not able to imagine what's happening right now today. So we are living unprecedented time. Sometimes it feels like we are living a world where we can see only in sci-fi movies. There are around 200 million people infected with the COVID-19 virus around the world, and 4 million people died of the virus. That is more casualties than the casualties of 2 World Wars combined. 600,000 people died of COVID-19 in the US alone. So after the war, the emancipation-related war in the U.S., the largest number of casualties happened in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a special report in New York Times a few months ago. Actually, the report was released when the COVID-19 pandemic occurred. And the experts who are studying on the epidemiological diseases were not surprised with the introduction of COVID-19 pandemic. They actually have warned the possibility of introduction or the coming of such pandemic, but no one listened to their stern warnings. And epidemiologists actually were surprised with a few features of COVID-19 pandemic because the pandemic occurred too early than they expected, and the scale of the infection was too large than compared to what they have expected. And the grim news or the prediction is the pandemic will occur more often at a larger scale in the future. This is a kind of a news or prediction that we do not want to believe. Could you please move on to the next slide? I'm not good at technical stuff. There are more warnings about the current status. Many scholars point out that the bigger crisis is about to happen. What is the crisis? That's the crisis of food. After the pandemic era, the biggest crisis upon humankind will be food crisis. And the same point was made by the UN as well. And they say in one voice that the food crisis will be more severe than COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there have been the food crisis in human history in the past, but those crises happened in a different way. But the upcoming food crisis is different in its scale and in its nature because it was caused by climate disaster. We are not quite accustomed to this new term, climate disaster. Rather, we were familiar with the climate change, but now we need to change the change into disaster, as it was rightly pointed out by Professor Kim. The climate change or the climate disaster has been warned by many scholars for quite some time, but unfortunately, no one listens to that warning. This is a picture of polar bear. The polar bears are the biggest victims of climate change. I always take a pity on polar bear and the dire situation and that the polar bear is faced with right now whenever I see a picture like this. It seems that we actually misunderstand the ongoing climate disaster, believing that we can be immune from the damages caused by climate changes. But you know, that is not true. This is not the slide that I'm looking for. It seems that there's some mistake in slides change. This is not the PPT, the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared. Yes, this is the right one. So if you take a look at the overseas news, you can see there are wildfires in many places around the world. The California has been known for a state with frequent wildfire cases, but still the scale gets bigger. And also, if you take a look at the city of Sicilia, Italy, the city recorded the highest temperature of 48 degrees Celsius this summer, and as a result, there was the unprecedented big wildfire. And the forest is large, 83 times larger than Yeouido, burned down due to the wildfire. And as we all know, dense forest is a kind of the lung of Earth. But with the wildfire, this large, we lost a large scale of forest, a dense forest, and actually it is a huge damage to the lung of Mother Earth. And many climatologists point out that this extreme the weather events caused by global warming or climate change. This is unprecedented drought happened in the Latin America near San Francisco. This was once a largest reservoir in this region. However, as you can see, due to a severe drought, you can see the floor bed of this reservoir, and this is a Don Federal lake, which used to be one of the largest lake in the region. And around 83% of arable land suffers from a shortage of water, and around 54% of the land suffers from a severe drought, and not a plant can grow in that dry land. And this year, it is expected to cost $2 billion of financial loss, and 80,000 people lost their job due to the extreme weather events. And some scholars say that by 2040, the Earth temperature will rise to 4 degrees Celsius. And as a result, 10 to 20% of southern part of the U.S. will suffer from the shortage of water. And recently, NASA came up with a report that the recent droughts occurred in the U.S. are severe or more severe than any drought that happened for the past 1,000 years. As we all can guess, a drought can blow a severe damage to agriculture, and 40% of the wheat product was lost due to this severe drought. And also in other reasons, around 10% of agricultural product, particularly the wheat product, reduced. This is a local province of China. And back in 2017, there was a big flood. And this year, the same region suffered from another wave of flood. 20 to 30% of the land was inundated with this sudden flood. And as we can see, these extreme weather conditions cause abnormal the phenomena in our environment. You can see there is a growing number of grasshoppers, and the number keeps growing because of this abnormal hot water. Because the hot weather actually is a very favorable environment for the reproduction of grasshoppers. And a large group of grasshoppers can eat up the food which can feed 35,000 people. These days, a lot of housewives complain about the rising consumer price. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization release agricultural product price on a regular basis. And as you can see, the price goes up at a rapid speed. Not only grains, but also dairy products, sugar, and meat prices also go up. In the wake of failure of agriculture and a rising food price, there is a growing number of people who starve to death. And increasing number of people, particularly 21% of the entire children population are on the verge of starvation. And what is more surprising is that this starvation problem has increased twice in the past 5 years. And there is a prediction that around 20 million people will die from starvation in the African region alone if the current trend goes on unchecked. The agricultural production goes down. However, there is a growing number of people need to be fed. As a result, we can imagine that there could be the worst ever scenario happen. A few years ago, there was a sad news about the drowning of this little child, a 3-year-old child. Actually, tried to immigrate illegally with his parents, but he died over the course of the illegal immigration because he was drowned in the sea. And also there are ever-increasing number of the refugees, the immigrants fleeing from their homeland, mainly because of the Islam State or the radical or the Islamic fundamentalist rise in the region. However, more fundamental reason behind the increasing number of refugees is droughts or extreme weather conditions. Syria, the country is on the verge of a collapse of the entire agricultural industry, and as a result, the food price went up rapidly, and also it led to a huge number of refugees and immigrants. By 2050, if the current situation goes unchecked, 1.7 billion people will be refugees caused by climate change. If you take a look at the foreign news or the overseas news, you can see that the European countries suffer from the increasing number of refugees. And by 2050, the number of refugees will grow tenfold if the current situation goes unchecked. This is a scene from a food documentary that I made 10 years ago. It was a picture of a demonstrator who wore bread helmet. And actually, the protest or the demonstration made a contribution to the collapse of President Mubarak regime. The reason why the Egyptians went on street participating in demonstration was that the civilians or the Egyptian people suffered from increasing price of bread, and that's why the demonstration was called the Bread Revolution by foreign press. As you can see in these examples, the climate change caused a lot of damages and problems in various places around the world. We can overcome pandemic with vaccines, however, we cannot come up with a solution to climate disasters. As I mentioned before, if we maintain the current system and the status quo, by 2050, the Earth temperature will go up to 4%. And I would like to quote a warning of one famous climatologist. He said that the 20% or 20 to 30% of the largest cities around the world will be places where people cannot live. So they will become inhabitable by 2050 if the current situation continues and the current mechanism is maintained as it is. What we need to think about is that our diet or our diet pattern has been a big cause of the climate change or climate disaster. We are living in an era that we can purchase and consume meat at the cheapest price ever. The livestock farming industry prospers more than any time. So there are large-scale animal farm, and it led to a cheap meat price. But it doesn't come for free. 16% of greenhouse gas emission comes from livestock, particularly the ruminant animals, the cows and bulls. And what I mean to make matters worse, not only the greenhouse gas emission, but also the methane emission is created through this livestock farming. Around 3 billion tons of CO2 is being emitted from this livestock industry. However, we all know that there is ever increasing demand for meat around the world. This is a picture of Amazon and jungle. You can see the woods were cut down and people started to cultivate beans to feed their livestock, particularly the cows, to produce meat at cheaper price. The grocery prices go up. And as I mentioned before, around 16% of the entire world population is on the verge of starvation. And sea level will rise over the course of global warming, and the more area of land will be inundated and will be flooded. So it means currently the arable land where the cultivation is made will be lost by 30 What is quite surprising is that actually we create a lot of food waste. Let me quote a few statistic numbers. Around 1/3 of agriculture products are being thrown away over the course of distribution or in the form of food waste. This is a surprising news. This is a British statistics. On a daily basis, this much food is thrown away. Bread, milk, potatoes, bananas, tomatoes, and ham. It's not only at our dining tables at home, but also in restaurants. A lot of food waste are thrown away. But there's still some positive news. Korea and the Koreans are doing pretty well in terms of cutting down food waste. But this is a global issue that should be dealt at global level. Let me quote one more statistics. Around 30% of grains or the cereals are thrown away, and also large amount of vegetables and fruits are thrown away in the form of food waste because their freshness matters a lot in the market. And the food waste is thrown away through the channel of households. More than 72% of the food waste is generated and thrown away at households. If we cut down the food waste generated in households, we can feed 200 million people around the world. To make matters worse, food waste is not the waste of food only. Actually, we are throwing away water contained in the food waste. So if we cut down the amount of food waste, we can save water as well. This person is an entrepreneur. And actually, this entrepreneur created a documentary in Australia after realizing that around $20 billion worth of food is thrown away in the form of food waste. There also is a popular campaign engaged by this entrepreneur. I wanted to play a footage of that campaign, but due to the copyright or the intellectual property issue, I am not able to play the footage. And next, I would like to talk about the dumpster diving and dumpster divers. I happen to have a chance to spend a night with a homeless in New York while I was filming a documentary on dumpster diving. We all know that large-scale stores or mega marts throw away their agricultural products because of shelf life or some the issues with packaging. So these dumpster divers, the rum is the food waste thrown away by these big mega grocery stores. They live on the foods that they pick up from the food waste thrown away by the big grocery stores, and also they open a pub restaurants and cooking food with those food waste. I believe that actually we need to think about more fundamental on the aspect of food and people. With the starting of agriculture industry, people started a civilization. Let me talk about the case of Ethiopia. We all know that a lot of the Ethiopians suffer from starvation. And some Ethiopians actually use a specific tree to make their bread. The tree is called ensit, and the tree is chopped into a small pieces to make a bread. And actually, that bread saved a lot of people during a big starvation period. Last but not least, I want to emphasize that the people or the Homo sapiens or a human being succeed in surviving on Earth because they were able to share their food with others. We need to join our hands and cooperate with one another to overcome the crisis upon us. If we fail to fight against this food crisis, then there will be no future for us. And this is right time for us to think about seriously about that specific issue. Thank you very much for your attention. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Lee Wook-jung. You just mentioned that people are people because we can share our food with others. The slides that you presented to us reminded us of the seriousness of the climate disaster and the food crisis. And in order to cut down the food waste, we need to actually make a change on our dining table. It seems that we have a few questions collected from online users. Let me read the question for you. I fully understand that we need to stand up with a certain level of inconvenience to save the environment, and I'm working on that too. I actually cut down the consumption of meat just once a week. And I wonder what could be other measures that I can take to make a change on my dining table. I believe that actually this online viewer is doing a great job. What do you think about that? Actually, the online viewer said that he or she eats meat only once a week, and he's doing pretty well. And another point that I want to point out is the food waste, the reduction of food waste. Because of the peculiar the characteristic of Korean food, we eat a lot of side dishes, and actually those large number of side dishes are the main culprit of a large amount of food waste. When we dine out, we can see that a lot of side dishes on some foods, the remnants are being thrown away in the form of food waste. Okay, it's time for us to think about how we can make a change on our dining table and on our diet. I believe that we can entertain one last question from our online viewer. Let me play the footage of the question. Good morning, Mr. Lee. My name is Seung Kim, a middle school science teacher. In my science classes, I study with my students about climate action and climate crisis. And now I'm happy to have a chance to ask a question to you, Mr. Lee. The first question I'd like to ask is, when and how did you become interested in changing what's on our dining table as a climate action? People are very interested in food and cooking these days. But I don't think there are many people who connect that interest to climate action. So I wonder how and why you become interested in changing what's being put on our dining table as a climate action. The second part of my question is, I think the best change that we can make on our dining table as a climate action would be a vegetarian diet. And I'm wondering whether I got it right. And I'm personally trying to become a vegetarian, but I think it's really not easy to become a vegetarian in Korea. If you have any tips for vegetarians in Korea, could you please share them with us? And also, I wonder when the vegetarians here in Korea can be accepted well here in Korea. Thank you once again for your great presentation. And also, I'll be looking forward to having more of your the activities as an activist for climate action. So the question is how and when you become interested in changing our dining table diet as a climate action. It's quite recent that I started taking interest in change on our dining table. I believe that food has two meanings. We need food for our survival, and also we need food for our entertainment. And food is fundamentally connected to the survival of human beings as well as the well-being of human beings. It's a kind of play when we cook and eat what we cook. And recently, I just came up with this realization that we cannot afford the luxury of talking about gourmet food. But still, it's not easy to change the way of thinking and our diet pattern. It's very difficult to build a one specific pattern, and it's even more difficult to change that established pattern. So individuals need to make a change. I know it's not an easy job, but it's absolutely needed to overcome the current crisis. And also, the online viewer asked a question about a vegetarian diet. So are there any tips that you can share with her? I would like to recommend the bean and bean-based food. There also are certain meat products made of bean. And also, there are a lot of people who recommend intermittent vegetarian diet. We cannot make a radical change on our diet, so people can start as a light vegetarian, having vegetarian diet once or twice a week, and they can actually increase the frequency of their vegetarian diet on a gradual basis. That's a pretty good tip. Thank you, Mr. Lee. It seems that it's almost time that we need to conclude the talk concert session. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Wook Jung Lee.
네, 고맙습니다.
Well, thank you very much. So this brings us to the close of the talk concert. And having listened to the three speakers, I came to realize that there are things we can do in our everyday lives. And of course, making such efforts is not going to be something very simple and easy. But by taking these small actions together, we can indeed bring about big changes. And as we draw the session to a close, I'm sure that you share my thoughts with me. You share my thoughts in that we were able to get a lot of insight from the speakers. Let me pull up the visual thinking drawing to summarize what we have discussed, we have heard today. Zero plastic and zero waste. Small actions will bring about the big changes.
네, 이렇게 비주얼 띵킹 또 만들어 주셨는데요. 여러분 다시 한번
Well, please give another big round of applause. I've just shown you the visual thinking drawing, and through this talk concert, we are able to engage in in-depth discussions. I look forward to a more sound environment and sustainable planet. There are a lot of people who are taking the actions to promote such cause, and I thank the people at the JeongSeon Forum for all their dedicated efforts. I'd like to now wrap up the morning session, to take a short break and come back for the afternoon session. Thank you very much for your time.
자, 그럼
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now begin the afternoon session. And you are joining JeongSeon Forum 2021. I hope that you are having a beneficial time at this session. We'd like to now begin the Earth session. And this is about being together on the Earth, about being able to lead a sustainable life together. So on the topic of Earth together, many people have joined us online. And for those of you, the online audience, we'd like to ask you to click the URL beneath the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to leave a question to any of the speakers seated here. We look forward to your active participation. And now we have the line of the speakers seated at the center stage. Please greet the speaker as a make introduction of each one of them. The first to be introduced is moderator, Professor Oh Dong-seok of the School of Law at Jeju University. Thank you very much. And joining us online is Mr. Manjar Subin Sundaraj, who is associate lawyer and assistant professor at School of Law at Christ University. Please give a big hand. Jo Kyung-hae, attorney at law at One Law Partners, is here with us today. And next to be introduced is Che Gloria, who is the vice president of Amaranth Company Limited. Thank you. And we look forward to active discussions at the Earth session, and we'd like to now officially begin the session. And now I give the moderator the microphone. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Oh Dong-seok. And I am co-representative of the co-sponsors of the JeongSeon Forum. And we've been given the topic Earth Together. And our thoughts need to be translated into action for them to be meaningful. And we have been living on this planet, and this is a common grounds for us in leading a life. And I think the Earth has become all the more important against the backdrop of the climate crisis. So we have three panel members joining us today, one from India. And we have also the legal expert from the Korean side as well. Ms. Jo Kyung is going to talk about the various rights related to environment. And Ms. Che Gloria is going to share the corporate perspective as in talking about this leading the discussions at the Earth session. And I believe that there are concerns that the pandemic could spread out under this natural environment. And we have a lot to discuss today, but I'd like to allocate 10 minutes each only for the speakers. And I think that is the way for us to leave more time for the general discussion. So please keep to the time allotted to you. And I'd like to now ask Mr. Manjari Subin Sundaraj to begin the presentation.
발표를 청해 듣.
Please begin the presentation.
Very basis of the law. Religion and religious practices were said to lay down the basis of a value-based survival of mankind by the Supreme Court of India way back in 2002 in Aruna Roy versus Union of India. Given that every religion tries to portray the role that God plays in shaping the environment, it's quite natural that these customs and traditions do toe a similar line insofar as fostering better environmental practices, more often than not. All living beings are said to possess a living spirit according to tribal beliefs, and thus they cast a duty on man to share earth with his fellow beings. This is evident from the fact that inanimate objects were worshipped, especially by agrarian and tribal communities. One does notice that people living in Vedic times did afford much respect and reverence towards nature and her components. A number of instances can be attributed to many a community in India which follow an ecocentric approach and imbibe their traditional ecological knowledge, which I would say contributes immensely to natural resource management. The Demazong Buddhist eco-cultural landscape in Sikkim, the Apatanis of Arunachal Pradesh, Menda in Maharashtra, where local efforts bore fruit, indigenous knowledge of fishermen in Maharashtra, which led to sustainable fishing. Traditional dwellers' role in Karnataka in safeguarding bioresources, to name a few, are instances of such eco-friendly measures. Numerous folklores too highlight deeply rooted ecological consciousness that such tribes possess. The Idu Mishmi folklore says that cultivation was taught to mankind by sparrows. Hence, they were to be protected when they came down during the harvest system. The Rengma Naga folklore says that plants and animals used to plead for mercy when man wanted to kill an animal or cut a tree. Tigers were treated as brothers by the Ramu tribe. There were a number of folklores that were prevalent in the northeast, which were against hunting and killing. All these have immensely contributed in opening new doors as far as environmental conservation and developing an ecological sense is concerned. Courts in India too have grappled with cases which had posed intertwined questions about customary practices and environmental conservation. In T.N. Godavarman Thirumalpad versus Union of India, the Supreme Court had opined that environmental justice could be achieved only if we drift away from the principle of anthropocentric to ecocentric. Time and again, one notices that the Supreme Court has highlighted the socio-cultural importance that protecting the environment does imply. Be it be Tarun Bharat Sangh versus Union of India, where illegal mining activity in a tiger reserve was the fourth question. Sachidananda Pandey versus State of West Bengal, where the judge quoted the retort of the wise Indian chief when the great white chief, the leader of the United States, asked for his land. All these ideals have been sought to be incorporated into law, and obviously was strengthened when it was opined that ample publicity need be given for the socio-cultural aspects of environmental protection. This was held by the Supreme Court in the M.C. Mehta case way back in 1992. The Niyamgiri case, mining activities in a mountain, revered by local communities, were stopped, opened new doors. But one can, with conviction, say that the decisions rendered in Mohammed Salim versus the state of Uttarakhand and Lalit Miglani versus the state of Uttarakhand and others where similar rights as those provided for humans were given, opened a new chapter in environmental jurisprudence, which stressed on ecocentrism. Any harm caused to these entities was to be treated akin to harm caused in humans. That was the rationale that was put across in both these cases. The former provided for a legal status being afforded to two rivers, while the latter afforded legal status to glaciers, including the Gangwon and the Yamuna, rivers, streams, lakes, meadows, jungles, wetlands, waterfalls. All these were treated as legal persons. Though things took a different turn in the state of Uttarakhand versus Mohammed Salim and others, where citing administrative problems, the Supreme Court stayed the order of the Uttarakhand High Court. Things have changed for the good in later decisions. In Narayanan Dutt versus Union of India and others, the Uttarakhand High Court, the same judge, Justice Rajiv Sharma, held the entire animal kingdom, including avian and aquatic species, need be treated as legal entities, and cast a duty on the citizens of the state to act as loco parentis for their welfare and protection. One cannot but help recall that even Christopher Stone had asserted that whenever a new entity is provided rights, it is met with either ridicule or fear. Breaking free from this set order might be a difficult task, but not impossible. The Punjab and Haryana High Court in Karnail Singh versus State of Haryana, while discussing the situation in respect of animals which were being exported, came across the pitiable situation in which they were being transported. The court delved into the concept of a juristic person, read into many of those precedents that were there, and held that animals need be transported in a proper manner, and normal maintenance and treatment of animals was to be done. This was to be carried out by persons claiming custody. In Suamoto versus Chandigarh administration, where a case was taken up as a result of a letter that was sent to the court by a public spirited person, which highlighted the pitiable condition of the lake, the Sukna Lake, and the failure of the administration, the court relied on many a precedent and specified that the government has a duty, and so does the court as well, to protect the environment. The court held that this particular lake is a legal entity, a legal person, said it to be a juristic person, and for its survival, preservation, and conservation was said to have a distinct persona with corresponding rights, duties, and liabilities of a living person. And the citizens of the state were appointed as guardians as well. Courts in India have gone for recognition provided in a specific case rather than providing some sort of a blanket right. Keeping track of all the international developments, courts have cited that such instances too, which it is felt augurs well for the development of jurisprudence in this area. An amicus curiae is appointed to speak for the entities, and the guardianship principle, coupled with the public trust principle, has opened up new avenues. With increasing cases being filed on such lines, courts have also tried to cast a duty on the entire population itself, relating it to the fundamental duty that has been enshrined under Article 51, capital A, G, as has been the case in all the decisions that have been mentioned earlier. Such steps have ensured that the public too gets to play an integral role in filing cases on behalf of national entities, which in turn fosters ecocentrism. The Supreme Court of India had an opportunity to delve into the matter, as a public interest litigation has been filed by an NGO, the People's Charity Organization, to declare the entire animal kingdom, including avian and aquatic species, as legal entities having rights akin to a legal person. The court has sought the centre's response. However, what need garner attention is that the court had opined orally that it is very unlikely that the prayer will be entertained. Now, given that this does validate Stone's observation, one need to figure out a way to circumvent the difficulty, open up newer possibilities, and get rid of cliches so that the Indian Supreme Court charts a new path. Whatever be the path that is being chosen, one can only wait and hope that the court takes due cognizance of the many developments that are on worldwide and open a new chapter in environmental law, a purely ecocentric approach where humans are one among various components of nature. I wish that we reach this as soon as possible. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. The speaker briefed us on the traditional customs and the beliefs of India and how it is interpreted in the Indian courts, and also the tasks imposed on the Supreme Court of India with regard to dealing with this kind of tradition and trend.
또 두 번째 발제를
And now we invite Jo Kyung-hee to begin her second presentation.
안녕하십니까. 예, 두 번째 발제를 맡은 조경.
I'm the second speaker, JeongSeon. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the first speaker, Mr. Subin Mander, for his explanation on the Indian cases. Today, I would like to talk about the legislative cases on the rights of rivers. Can I have a pointer, please?
죄송합니다. 네. 예.
How can I move on to the next slide? Okay, thank you. I'll make a quick presentation. Back in 1971, Professor Christopher D. Stone released a paper under the title of Should Trees Have Admissibility to a Party for Legal Rights of Natural Objects? And also there was a very significant case in point, which was the Sierra Club versus Merton case that happened back in 1972. And the Supreme Court Judge Douglas actually acknowledged the admissibility of trees to a party for legal rights of natural objects. And in 2017, New Zealand became the first nation in the world to grant legal personality to the Wanganui River. The Wanganui River is the third longest river flowing from Mount Tongariro in Northern Ireland to the Tasman Sea. So when it comes to the legislation regarding granting personhood to the Wanganui River, actually, there is a very long history or a background. There was a treaty made back in 1840 between the British Royal Crown and the Maori chiefs. The treaty was called Waitangi Treaty. And also there was a significant difference in terms of the Maori version of the treaty and the English version of the treaty. And there has been a consistent complaints raised by Maori tribes with regard to the request to bring justice over destructive behaviors against the river over the past 150 years. And as a result, there was a report released by Waitangi Tribunal in 1975. And also, the beliefs of Maori with regard to their relations with the natural objects, including the Wanganui River, was acknowledged with regard to the report of the tribunal. As such, granting the personhood to the Wanganui River is deeply rooted in the worldview of the Maori in New Zealand. The Maori believes all existences, whether living or non-living, are connected to one another and views every element of nature as their relatives. Ko'au, te awa, ko te awa, ko'au, which means I am the river and the river is me, which confirms how strongly the Maori people believe that their lives are associated with the river. Therefore, for them, protecting the river is protecting humans, and the vice versa is all the way true. And the transfer of ownership of the lake bed from the state to the Te Arawa Lake Trust was agreed in 2006. The Waikato River is a mana, majestic ancestor, and at the same time represents the tribe's mana and Maori life force, acknowledging the concept of a river from the point of view of the iwi. And in 2014, Te Uewera law was legislated, and the law recognized the Te Uewera National Park is a legal entity that is not a state property, but something belonging. It's not a state property belonging to the government, but has the rights of a person, owns itself, and should be managed in a respectful manner. The Wanganui River has 4 intrinsic values, and actually those values represent the essence of Te Awa Tupua. The river is a source of spiritual and physical survival for the nearby communities, such as Iwi, and since it has the legal entity status, it not only has rights but also has responsibilities for taxation. And as it was mentioned before, the intrinsic values that represent the essence of Te Awa Tupua, including and the river as a source of spiritual and physical survival for the nearby communities. And the Te Awa Tupua is an indivisible living whole from the mountains to the sea, including the Wanganui River. And also, Te Awa and Tupua is a single entity composed of multiple elements and communities working together to achieve the common purpose of the health and well-being of Te Awa and Tupua. And if you take a look at the article number 14, the provision says that the river shall be granted a legal personhood and have the same rights, authorities, duties, and responsibilities as human. And also, it seems that the legal rights of the river Wanganui was expressed and defined in the Western legal terms. And actually, the legislation was possible thanks to the professor Christopher's article. Particularly, actually, whether it is possible or is needed to provide a legal status or the admissibility to a party to natural objects. And when it comes to the category of protection, those who exercise their rights, powers, and obligations under certain laws should recognize and provide for or have a special connection with the status of Te Awa Tupua and Tupua Te Kewa. Governments have discretion in determining it. But still, the law says that the government has the ownership of the mineral resources in waterbed. And when actually the law was legislated in a decade ago, there was no clear definition with regard to the ownership of the water and other resources. But with the revision made in 2020, actually the ownership was clarified. With regard to the legal representation of the Wanganui River, Te Awa Tupua is legally represented by the Office of Tepu Tupua. Tepu Tupua consists of 2 persons jointly appointed by Wanganui Maori and the royal family, one designated by Wanganui Maori and the other designated by the royal family. Tupua Tupua is intended to act in the face and in the name of Te Awa Tupua. But still, there is a controversies over the treatment of the river as children or incapacitated people by designating representatives, legal representatives. And as it was mentioned before, there is a kind of positive evaluation with regard to the legislation saying that the right of the Wanganui River was defined in the Western legal term. However, there also is a criticism and that the legal status of the Wanganui River was expressed in the Western legal term rather than the ethnic people's languages or the legal terms. So Western societies that have embraced the Western law are built on rights, just as we recognize the legal rights of intangible corporations. So we can also recognize the legal rights of nature. We all know that every right holder depends his own moral conditions of existence within his rights. It was mentioned by a philosopher, German philosopher Rudolf von Ehring in 19th century. So the ownership stands for legal personality, and legal personality stands for the right to defend one's own legal rights. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I had no choice but to put pressure on you with regard to time management, but still I would like to thank you for keeping the time.
그래서
And now we invite Ms. Gloria Che to give us a presentation. She represents the company Amaranth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Che Gloria, and I'm the Deputy CEO at the Amaranth Cosmetics Company. We take our name from the ancient Greek word. It's about immortality, immortal flower that continues to bloom. And I think I was invited to this forum, environment forum, for one reason. Within the cosmetics industry, for environment, for the planet, we have continued to make efforts, and we will continue to make the efforts. So we would like to talk about the small things that we have done. I think this is a small butterfly movement, but I hope to be able to share this activities with you through today's conference. And as I said, we are a company established in Busan in 1985. We are a cosmetics producer, and we produce by the OEM and ODM the contracts. We also export globally to overseas markets. And I do have a video clip prepared, but I'd just like to briefly mention Greta Thunberg. She's a very famous 15-year-old girl who urged that we take actions about the environment. She's a very famous figure. It really shows the importance of the environmental issue and its impact on us. And I think we need to understand the changes that take place in the environment and the climate. And I think with this reason, because I wanted to promote this very important cause, I'm seated here today. And as I mentioned, the COVID-19 has become a climate catastrophe, which is an invisible climate catastrophe. And this catastrophe has been around us for 2 years. And there's been increases in the greenhouse gases emissions. And some scientists believe that it was created, the situation was created because some parts of the world has become the places quite favorable for the bat's habitat, and that has led to these regions becoming the source of the COVID-19 outbreak. And much efforts have been placed already, and there are concerns about the ESG, the governance issues, and so on. I'm sure that the term ESG is something very familiar to you. And many companies responded to this ESG cause. Within the cosmetics industry, we use large volume of plastics. And plastics can be the very practical and easy to use material, but in fact, the large bulk of the plastics that we use end up as waste. And we now see the islands of plastics everywhere, and we believe that at the cosmetics industry, we need to utilize more recyclable materials, and we should also refrain from using animal ingredients, and we should therefore use more vegan materials. Major companies like Korea Koma, Amore Pacific, these are the companies that are known to take the lead in taking such efforts. And we are a small regional company based in the regional city, and we joined hands together with the Ministry of Marine, and we have engaged in the joint research. And when we launch new brands, we want to increase the revenue and also subsequently the profit. But we believe it's very important that we take a concept-based approach. We need to make sure that we protect the environment and the current ecosystem is kept intact as we continue our business activities. And at the cosmetics industry, we have these two buzzwords brought up often. One is vegan, and the second is clean beauty. Clean beauty may be a new concept for many of you. As I said, this is about using the raw materials. There are the packaging materials and the raw ingredients that we use for the production of the cosmetics. It may be these ingredients are maybe used to beautify people, but we would like to source the raw materials so that we can contribute to environmental protection. And when we do that in our research and development, we name the product as a clean beauty. When we say that we focus on vegan the products, what it means is that we are not going to resort to the animal testing and animal ingredients in developing our products. So this may be small seeds that we are placing, but we're hoping that the seeds will sprout into the significant results in the future. And I also talked about clean beauty and vegan beauty. So the vegan beauty is often promoted in countries like France and also in Korea. Many companies promote vegan products and organic products, our customers too. And we have a vegan beauty certification in France, which means everything has to be vegan, right from the development stage to the final, the mass production stage. And as I said, in Korea, major manufacturers are taking part in this vegan initiative. They take part in the vegan initiative for R&D as well as the production. Amaranth is a small company, but we have launched vegan products already, and we have been certified in France. In April and May, we have been given an award by the Ministry of Marine and Affairs. And another concept I want to show you is blue carbon. I think I do have a question from the audience. Do you mind if I take the question right now? Yes. Going back to my slide, blue carbon has to do with absorption of the carbon in the marine environment. 50 times more carbon is absorbed in the marine environment, and therefore we use a lot of marine-based products. Such as a drop of garden. Since 2005, we focused on the blue carbon concept in developing the new product. And our product for children are particularly noteworthy to mention because they are the pro-environment. And it's not just for the protection of the skin of the children, it's for the promotion of protection of the environment that we resorted to the maritime resources in developing our products. There are more than 600 manufacturers, cosmetics manufacturers in Korea, and there's so many brands that compete in the Korean market. We believe that we give a lot of considerations to the earth, the ecosystem, and the environment. We make a lot of attempts within the cosmetics industry, and we want to be a beneficiary. We want to have the positive influence. I believe that BTS is a representative the boy band that want to exert this positive, good influence. I think we have a lot of a lot in common with the BTS. And for us in the cosmetics industry, we think about the raw materials and the plastic packaging. We want to pay attention, close attention to that. And in the future, I believe that we want to focus not just on the beauty side. We want to look at the aesthetics issue as well as health. The healthy mind and healthy ideas. We want to promote that within the cosmetics industry. And I had just covered a lot of things through the short time that I had. And what I want to say is that we have a sense of responsibility, high level of awareness about this issue, and I wanted to share those ideas with you today. And at the cosmetics industry, we are exerting our best efforts, and I did my best to explain the efforts that we exert in the cosmetics industry. And I'd like to entertain the questions after I end my presentation here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, given the short time that I have allocated, thank you for giving us a lot in your presentation. And we have online audience, and I do believe that we have a question received from the online audience. And we will ask for one of the panelists to respond to that question. We have about 8-9 minutes before we are to conclude today's session. More recently, from many countries around the world, many countries are including a new clause to protect the environmental rights of the people in their constitutions. Is there a way that we can amend our constitutions to include this environmental right in our constitution? Yes, Ms. Jo Kyung-hye, would you like to respond?
네.
Thank you. We are talking about environmental right. That's the right of people, not the right of nature. But still, this question is related to the Korean Constitution. I may be able to answer that question. To the best of my knowledge, there are a lot of discussions made on the possible revision of Constitution to include the right to environment. Actually, such right was treated as an abstract right. However, if the revision is made to the Korean Constitution, then it can be included as a concrete right which protect people, and particularly those who are in a desperate situation. But in order to enable such kind of revision, the National Assembly and the government should work very hard. Thank you very much. As a coincidence that I also majored in the Korean Constitution, and I'd like to add a few more comments. Under the current administration, there have been some discussions made with regard to the revision of the constitution to include environmental right or people's right to environment. Here in Korea, young people, particularly youth, are not quite unsatisfied with the mediocre or lukewarm attitude of the government toward the environment right or right to environment. So we need to be more active in accommodating the environment right in and the legal judgment and the national constitution, and that is also aligned with the presentations made by our lawyer speakers. It seems that I have a question to Mr. Subin Sundar Raji. You just mentioned the term Earth Law, and I'm just wondering what's the current status of the discussion with regard to the Earth Law in India, and what is your personal interest in the environmental law area? Could you please answer that question?
Thank you. Now, to speak about Earth law in India, I think it's been a difficult choice, especially since courts in India have not taken due cognizance of this particular right. We don't have a definite right as such in the constitution either. We have a right to live in a healthy constitution that's been read under Article 21, which speaks about the right to life. But then unfortunately, the environment as such is not given the right per se. And given those discussions and the decisions that I did mention during my presentation, the Supreme Court is still in a state of flux, I would say, as far as coming to the decision. When you look into it, you get to understand and realize that the court has orally mentioned that it's highly improbable that such a right would be given. Now, all those previous decisions that was rendered by a high court has been stayed, the specific decisions that I did mention. So it becomes a bit difficult and a big challenge to ensure that, well, how do you actually put this into practice? When courts, and especially the Supreme Court, make such an observation, I think it becomes a bit difficult to translate this particular right into action. I only hope fervently that this right would be read into the Constitution, and at least the Supreme Court comes out with a decision so as to ensure that, well, we recognize this particular right, not just a right to live in a healthy environment, but also a right that we can provide for the environment itself, recognition of an inherent intrinsic right that the environment has. I hope we reach the day as soon as possible. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Well, the environment, the right could be expanded in a positive note. Human beings will be at the center, and other the animals and the plants could be subordinated. But so some criticize that the other animals species and plant species could be marginalized because of this environmental concept. So that is why we have to pay closer attention to the natural environment as we pursue expansion of this environmental right. And I do have a question for Ms. Che Gloria. For the businesses, you talked about there was discussions about the legal the persons. The corporations are recognized as entities, legal entities, legal persons, and they are recognized as such entity, and therefore they do have rights and responsibilities. And at the same time, the companies are established to pursue profit, and there is certain conflicting the nature to this discussion. As you pursue environmental protection, you may end up risking enhancing your the profit. So could I ask you to comment on this point as well? Yes, the companies have to prioritize on the maximizing or increasing the profit. This is the single most important factor for the company. But if you look at all these stakeholders within these businesses, you have to think about the value in the consumption. So if you are going to be consuming as a consumer, you want to be spending for something valuable. It doesn't mean that we are going to be philanthropical in our activities from the business perspective. We want to make sure that we pursue profit, and at the same time, we want to be able to persuade to our customers that they are going to be healthy. They're going to be beautiful because they use this product, and at the same time, they will be healthy. I think such awareness is being increasing in the future in the industry, and that is why many businesses are placing much emphasis in ESG management. And that will be all. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Ms. Cho, could you please give a brief answer to the complaints raised by the Korean youth with regard to the revision of the constitution to include environmental law or right to environment? Here in Korea, there is increasing a number of lawsuits raised by the Korean youth with regard to the environmental right, and I believe that the same goes on in other countries such as New Zealand and some other Western countries. Particularly in the case of Germany, there was a certain cases where the court judges that the government didn't do its due obligation with regard to the accommodating the environmental rights of its people. And I believe the same trend should happen in Korea, and the judgment should be made in the Korean court. We need to recognize the rights of the natural objects. But by recognizing actually the legal rights of natural objects, then we can create a sustainable environment for human beings as well. Thank you very much.
아까 라지 변호사님께서
And as Mr. Raj mentioned, in other countries, people have there a certain level of awareness about the environment. I think this does not affect the awareness. It's not about certain countries that are affected. It's about all of us. And therefore, we need to share our ideas and the way that we perceive environment. Such things need to be shared. And Mr. Raj is an active promoter of these causes in India. Likewise, we need to take such actions accordingly in Korea. And we are going to look at the environment. It has to do with the river and animals. Those non-human beings, we need to think about enhancing their rights. And it is because of the situation that we're placed in right now. We're facing a crisis, and we have been too human-centric. And what we are experiencing right now is the side effects of us having been human-centric for too long. There are certain actions that we can take in the future. If I may add, I believe that for all beings that are not human, we are sharing this place, the earth. So it's not just about the legal rights of all of them. We need to understand the how desperate the situation is, and we need to take common action accordingly. We need a change in our attitude and the perception. I sincerely hope that this forum is going to be a moment for us to take on such changes actively. With this, I'd like to conclude today's session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the moderator for managing this session so well. And the one and only Earth, we need to protect the planet, and we often forget how important, how cherishable that this place is. We're hoping that we'll be able to live together in a very healthy manner between the human beings and all non-human species. And I'd like to pull up another visual thinking drawing to wrap up this session.
네, 이렇게 한 장면이 또 완성이 됐습니다.
So on a single the sheet of paper, we are able to wrap up today's discussions in this Earth session. And I do believe that we are going to cherish the memories of having engaged in active discussions at the session. And it was a reminder of our vivid memories that we have developed. We also have a special online event for the online the audience. So please don't leave us. And we will be back at 2 o'clock to begin.
자, 그럼 지금부터
And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to now begin the environment session for JeongSeon Forum 2021. We are going to look at the pro-environment issues and the future energy. And I think carbon neutrality is a very important concept here. What should we do to advance carbon neutrality era? That's what we'd like to discuss today. Under the topic of the eco-friendly energy conversion by the carbon neutral innovative technology, we are going to invite the moderators and the panelists to begin the discussions. I'd like to make introduction of each the panelist. Please give a big applause. First to be introduced is moderator Choi Jae-chul, who is the president of the Bureau of the International des Expositions. Thank you. The next to be introduced is a professor of Handong University and the CEO of the Green Science, Lee Bong-ju. Please give a big hand. And Mr. Cedric Philibert is at Associate Research Center for Energy and Climate, IFRI. And next to be introduced is Dan Shahan Ben Hayun, the founder of JADDE and the former ambassador of IRENA. Please give a big hand. Thank you very much. Next to be introduced is Choi Seok-jae, Center Manager of the Seed and Certification Center at the Korea Energy Agency. Yoo Seok-jae, the President of Korea Institute of Fusion Technology, KFE, is here with us today. Please give a big hand. And President Kim Sang-hyun of the Korea Research Institute on Climate Change is here with us today. So please give a big hand. Thank you. Now I give now we have all the panelists introduced. We'd like to begin with the keynote presentation. The keynote presentation will be made by professor at Handong Global University. He's going to talk about plasma gasification and pro-environmental power generation and hydrogen generation.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bong-ju Lee. Today, I'd like to deliver a presentation focusing on the technology that I have long studied and developed, and that is plasma gasification technology, and it became commercialized this year. So I'd like to talk about how we can create hydrogen and generate eco-friendly power using the plasma gasification technology. And the output hydrogen would be the hydrogen over the grade of blue hydrogen. So my company developed plasma power plant first in the world. And actually, the initiative started as a state research institute project, Fusion Research Institute, for the development of microwave steam plasma torch. And actually, we thought about the uses of torch. That was the gasification of low-grade coal. And that was 2007. And in March 2011, a company called Green Science Corporation was founded. And the following year, 2013, the company established 1 megawatt grade demonstrator plasma power plant in December. And the commercial plasma gasification power plant was constructed last year, and there will be another which will be completed its construction this year. I believe that many of you understand what plasma is the status of a substance. A substance transforms into a solid, liquid, gas, and plasma according to the temperature increases, and this status of plasma of a substance can be utilized in many ways commercially. The lightning, clouds, aura are also the substances that exist in the form of plasma. As I mentioned earlier, we use microwave plasma torch for generation of hydrogen. And those of you who know what this microwave plasma torch is, know well about arc torch. The arc torch is the one in the upper part of this slide. But my company actually developed the microwave or MW torch. And these two torches are different in terms of their features and attributes. And the biggest strength of the microwave plasma torch is that it addresses the shortcomings or downsides of arc plasma torch, particularly the erosion of the metal engine used by the arc plasma torch. And also the microwave plasma torch has a long life cycle with a high durability because it doesn't use any electrode. Compared to arc plasma torch, micro plasma torch's operation cost is just 1/10 of arc plasma torch. Today, I'd like to talk about 3 points about plasma gasification. The first one is biomass, syngas power generation, and biomass syngas hydrogen generation. The first project that my company worked on was the commercialization of the plasma gasification technology for the purpose of hydrogen and creation. This is the plasma power plant process map. Biomass is input into the biomass dryer and crusher, and then the microwave torch gasification equipment does its processing. We can create power through gas engines or gas turbines, and also a steam turbine can be operated using the output of the power generation process. In addition to that, we can have the hydrogen replacement process, which can observe or use CO2 as its input material. So in one word, the facility or the power plant facility can create hydrogen with high purity level. So using that power plant process and the system, we've actually proved that the gasification process and technology at a Taebaek demonstrator plasma power plant. And the gasification proven raw materials at Taebaek demonstrator plasma power plant include the chicken manure, sewage sludge, bark, sawdust, or coffee gold livestock sludge. We use the MW or torch for the gasification of all these materials. In order to go through the gasification process, we need to make all these ingredients into powder. So those ingredients are the solid ones that can be crushed into powder. We've secured the power plant site right next to JeongSeon coal mine. And that is how we started the construction of plasma power plant. This is a bird's eye view of the plasma power plant. This is the interior view of the power plant. 50 ton of biomass is used as an input material, and 2 megawatt power is created, and 400 megawatt is utilized for the power generation operation purpose. And also 600 kilogram of hydrogen is generated over the process of power generation. There is a pre-processing, gasification processing, heat exchanger process, and syngas purification process. And then the water treatment system will be operated to further process, and gas engine also goes through the processing. And once the steam is created, the steam is utilized for the operation of steam engine. As I mentioned before, all those materials or ingredients are the solid ones which can become powder. As I've mentioned earlier, we're working on the commercialization of this plasma gasification technology. And one point that I want to comment here is the hydro creation or hydro generation technology, creating hydrogen out of waste, such as plastic waste and household waste. This is a very tricky and difficult technology to develop, but we succeeded in developing such technology, and we are working on commercialization of it these days. Unlike the solid materials, those waste materials, plastic materials, or the household waste materials are the ones that cannot become powder. So in the pre-processing process, the crushing process was conducted in the previous process, which is related to the powder ingredients. But here, there is a reform process and hydrogen replacement process. So the solid, the ingredients which can become powder can go through the crushing process, but these waste materials which cannot crush into powder will go through heat dissolution or heat dissolving process. This is an example of household waste SRF. As I mentioned before, we cannot crush the waste into the form of powder. Rather, we process it through heat treatment system. And the gray smoke that you can see is the gas, which is composed of tar and some other toxic agents. So plasma is on. So you can see the change of color of the gas. This is plasma-based reform. As you can see, the reform process is being conducted at a very high speed, and through this reforming process, we remove all the toxic gases. If we put that process into data map, over 98% of the toxic gases can be removed, and the dioxins and tars can be reduced by 98.6%. And the most difficult the gas is tar. Tar can be removed when the heat treatment is made at the temperature higher than 1,500 degrees Celsius. because of the difficulty in removing tar gas, the technology to actually convert the biomass into a power was difficult to develop. But microwave plasma torch was used for such kind of conversion to remove tar. So based on microwave plasma torch, the heat treatment is made for the toxic gases such as tars. This is a heat treatment process being operated in and parallel. So there are two rotary kilns are operated for continuous processing. The last but not least, I would like to talk about how we can recycle CO2 and create a blue hydrogen. The LNG, LPG, or methanol can be used for creation or the generation of hydrogen. The LNG, LPG, methanol creates a lot of CO2 over the course of power generation. However, if this specific technology is utilized, the CO2 can be absorbed over the course of power generation. On your left side, there is SMR, the catalyst-based reactor. The gray hydrogen is created as an output of this reactor, but over the course of the gray hydrogen creation, 10 times more CO2 is created. But steam methane catalyst-based reactor is a better performing in terms of observing and removing CO2. This facility is already in operation in Sokcho, and this is PSMR facility that can produce syngas with the same process recipe for LNG, LPG, and ethane. So as for the high efficiency process, feasible ingredients can be utilized for this SMR process. And the CO2, which is generated over the course of power generation, can be recycled. What I mean by recycling is that the CO2 is utilized as an input gas for the treatment or generation process. And that facility, the specific facility, can also recycle CO2 and can generate the high quality hydrogen over blue hydrogen grade. This facility will complete its installation sometime next month and will start its operation. This is CO2-free PSMR facility. So microwave plasma torch technology is utilized for gasification using the materials such as biomass and household waste. We also can and tell you that we are very good at providing green power plant using methanol or CO2 is recycled. I mean, we can actually use the CO2 as a recycled the input the gas, and we can create or generate the blue hydrogen level of hydrogen. Up until now, the gray hydrogen has been generated despite the generation of large amount of CO2 over the course of power generation. And we all know that gray hydrogen will not be available or feasible anymore sometime soon. And if we succeed in this hydro creation technology commercialization, then the high quality hydrogen over the blue hydrogen grade will be generated. This year, we will have a commercial plasma power plant in Quebec. It will be the first year of the commercialization of a plasma gasification power plant. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for giving the first presentation of the environment session.
네, 앞으로 어떻게 추진을 해야 할지 본격적인 패널 토의로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다.
Open active discussions about what we can do at the JeongSeon. And I'd like to ask the moderator to continue the discussions. Yes, for the environmental session, we will be talking about the eco-friendly energy conversion by conversion, carbon neutral to innovative technology. And there was just a presentation by Professor Lee Bong-ju on the utilization of plasma technology to promote this cause. 2021 is the first year that we are going to see this Paris Agreement being implemented. And as you're well aware, the discussions have been going on for many years, and 196 countries have joined the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement has 3 points. Until 2100, we would like to maintain 1.5 degrees the temperature increase, and also we want to make sure that the climate change, we want to recognize that the climate change has brought about negative impacts. We want to make sure that the nature recovers, and also we'd like to guide the corporations to take a more pro-environmental approaches. Recently, the IPCC report has been released, and the 1.5 degrees target has to be achieved. And the working group report, which has come out in August, says that given the current level of emissions of the greenhouse gases, 1.5 degrees increase will be advanced by 10 years. And that means that we need to take more the active actions to make sure that such things has not happened. 132 countries have taken part, and we believe that 1/3 of the energy sector the emissions need to be addressed. And in this session, we are going to talk about the energy industry, what can be done to reduce emissions. And in this, I think it's quite significant that Mr. Lee Bong-ju has talked about the plasma gasification in the production of the hydrogen. It's quite meaningful. And with regards to Mr. Professor Lee Bong-ju's presentation, there are 5 members that we're discussing, and 2 the members are not able to join us. They join us online. And firstly, I'd like to invite Mr. Cedric Philbert. Mr. Philbert is affiliated with, has been affiliated with the Center for Energy and Climate, and has served as the French government for many years. And he's a good friend of mine. We've met many times in international conferences. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Cedric Philbert to give us a video presentation.
To be part of this interesting conference, and I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Never before, the urgency of mitigating climate change has appeared more obvious and more pressing. This summer, we have seen so many climate disasters throughout the world: inundations, forest fires, heat waves, and the likes. And then we had this very conclusive IPCC report. But when we look at the pledges made by the various countries at the Paris conference or in the years that followed, we see there is still a big ambition gap between those pledges and what is required to achieve our climate goal, which is basically net zero emissions by 2050. Looking into some more detail, we see that the priority is to decarbonize the power sector, and we know this needs first and foremost an accelerated deployment of solar and wind. And then we need to electrify the global economy, buildings, industry, transports. Hydrogen has various roles to play in complement to this electrification, providing low carbon hydrogen to chemical industries, of course, but also to steel making, to have direct reduction of iron ores without CO2 emissions. Hydrogen will also be the precursor of low carbon fuels for maritime transportation, likely ammonia, and for aviation, possibly synthetic kerosene. It may also play a role in ground transportation, but there it has to compete with direct electrification, which is more energy efficient. Finally, hydrogen will likely play a role in the future in power systems with very large shares of variable renewables, such as solar and wind, providing a long duration storage option. But how are we going to produce all that hydrogen? The preferred option, of course, is green hydrogen, that is electrolysis of water based on renewables. But in countries, we can do this in countries that have very good resources and relatively little local energy demand. And then we can turn this hydrogen into ammonia, methanol, naphtha, kerosene, other hydrocarbons, even direct reduced iron, and export those commodities to the entire world. However, in countries that have milder renewable resources and very high energy demand density, we are likely to remain short of green electricity for this decade and maybe part of the next decade. In those conditions, it does make sense to produce blue hydrogen with natural gas and carbon capture and storage. And we can electrify those processes. It makes a full sense because it requires much less electricity than electrolysis of water. It reduces the amount of CO2 that is produced, and it delivers all that CO2 as a concentrated CO2 flux, much easier to capture and store. Another quite interesting option is the plasma methane pyrolysis of gas or even coal or any carbonaceous material, because it does not produce CO2 but only solid carbon, and this solid carbon can even take the form of carbon black, which is a valuable industrial commodity which today is produced in a quite polluting way. So we would kill two birds in one stone in doing this. So exploring those options other than green hydrogen, those various options to combine some electricity, some green electricity, and carbonaceous material in a way that does not create significant CO2 emissions are very valuable and can pave the way to the full decarbonization of the economy. So I would certainly welcome this kind of experiences. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very good conference.
Thank you very much. We have just heard from Mr. Cedric Filbert. He has just said that we have countries like Korea have limited resources, and we have high demand for the energy. So there is a good reason that we should focus on the plasma technology to develop the generate electricity. And now we'd like to invite Dan Shaham Ben Hayu, who joins us from Israel.
다음은
Dr. Shaham has been the first inaugural ambassador of UAE, and also he made a contribution to the creation of Abraham Accord, which brought peace among Middle East countries. Please welcome him. 안녕하십니까?
Dr. Dan Shaham Ben Chayun, and I'm an Israeli diplomat. I've been the head of mission to IRENA, the International Agency for Renewable Energy, and it is my pleasure to speak to you today. I wanted to talk about the possibility that renewable energy is going to be a positive factor in building relations between countries in the Middle East, countries that for years and years have been in a state of conflict. In specific, as an Israeli, I want to benefit our country, our citizens, our economy, but also those of neighboring countries. And I think that at the end of the day, we are all united in this ambition to bring about better coexistence and neighboring relations in whatever region we live in. The question is, how do we do it? And how do we use energy to the benefit of our ambitions? In specific, Israel has not been reaching its goals for 2020 of having 10% of its renewable energy, of its energy mix to be a renewable one. We are scratching on the edge of 9%, but we've done good work in introducing more fields and coming up with new bids. So we do hope that by 2030, we will have reached 30% renewable energy. For that, we will need additional 12,000 megawatt, and we are mainly focusing on solar energy. For various reasons, environmental and security, wind turbines are a big issue. Israel is a land bridge for migrating birds, and the wind turbines do not seem to be going to be the main supplier of that. So we're looking into solar. In the past, we've done thermosolar, but now we're looking into photovoltaic, and there are bids coming up. But Israel is a small country. All in all, we are 20,000 square kilometers. And if we are to provide those needs, it's going to mean that we're going to cover all the roofs and everything, and that might be a solution. But another solution is to reach out to our neighboring country, Jordan, with whom we have peace, and provide our economy with electricity that is produced there. In Jordan, they have vast, huge space, land in the Sun Belt, which has optimal conditions for this kind of production. And they are actually can provide it in a much cheaper cost. They are looking into 2.45 cents per kilowatt hour, whereas we do almost double, 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So actually, the provision of electricity produced in Jordan is going to be a possible blessing for Israel. And at the same time, what we see is that Jordan is suffering from acute deficiency in water. They really have a shortage of about 500 million cubic meters of water, of drinking water. And Israel, on the other side, is in the forefront, I would say, of desalination know-how. And we have, of course, very long access to the Mediterranean. And we've already used that. Israel already produces 700 million cubic meter of water. We are now building a 6th desalination facility, which is going to add another 227 million cubic meter. And in the near future, we can reach about 1 billion cubic meter of water. But this a huge amount of water has also a carbon footprint. So if you're looking into 1 cubic meter of water, it takes about 1.4 to 1.8 kilo of CO2. And that is, of course, if we're talking about huge volumes of water to be desalinated, we must use renewable energy. So we are thinking of combining these two needs, Israeli need for energy, Jordanian need for water, and combining them to create this interdependency, which will lead to greater cooperation and peace in the Middle East. I thank you very, very much for your attendance, and I wish you all the best. Thank you and shalom.
댄샤함 씨 발표.
Thank you very much, Dr. Den Shaham. It was a great explanation on the possible cooperation between Israel and Jordan. It's very insightful for all of us because it's a kind of a cooperation relationship that we should pursue in this climate change era.
소중립을 위해서는 에너지
For the carbon neutrality, it's critical that we make reductions in the energy sector. That we need to adopt new technology, and the countries need to cooperate to make it possible. So I'd like to now invite Mr. Choi Seok-jae, who leads the Center for the CDM certification. Yes, my name is Choi Seok-jae. We have enjoyed very much your explanations of the plasma gasification technology presentation by Professor Lee Bong-ju. And this enables eco-friendly low-carbon power generation, hydrogen production using biomass and waste. The frequent and prolonged extreme weather events we are facing right now tells us that there is a sense of crisis. We must respond more actively to the crisis. It's just not just about climate change. Many countries, including Korea, the US, and many European countries, have set the goal of being carbon neutral as promoting very causes, policies, and regulations. They work hard on technology development as well. And currently, we make a transition from the Kyoto Protocol to Paris Agreement. This happens around the world. And although it has been delayed because of the COVID situation, I believe that the details of the Paris Agreement will be agreed upon later this year. And from the Kyoto Protocol system, where developed and developing countries have different obligations and rights, we're going to enter into this Paris Agreement system in which all countries will set their own reduction targets and prove their achievements. And SDM, one of the carbon market mechanisms on the Paris Agreement, is going to be something quite like a CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. But the difference is that within the developing countries and advanced countries, the countries are required to make a quantified the approach. And if two or more countries participate in GHG greenhouse gas reduction programs or technologies, they need to divide the reductions volume amongst themselves. And therefore, we need the reasonable systematic quantification methodology. Now, the plasma gasification technology that we're discussing right now also requires such a quantification efforts. If the details of the Paris Agreement are agreed upon, the CDM will be converted to SDM immediately. And rather than going for the simple reunification and generation efficiency improvement, methane capture, industrial gas decomposition, we are going to go for the greenhouse gas and advanced technologies such as hydrogen production and gas power generation. And there are many different ways of calculating the reduction, the volume. There are 6 items: scenario setting, baseline reductions, project emissions, leak emissions, and monitoring are the 6 elements that we need to consider. First, on the greenhouse gas reduction technology, we need to set the right scenario. What kind of technology is this greenhouse gas reduction technology? We should define that first, and then before we apply the reductions technology, we need to look at the situation of the greenhouse gas emission before the application, how the biomass waste they are treated. We need to establish that, and then we need to look at how this reduction technology will reduce the existing greenhouse gas emissions, how it can replace and for the hydrogen production. And based on this scenario, we should go for the quantified approach for the baseline calculation. We need to look at the amount of the biomass and waste, the raw materials used for power generation to be made possible, and for the hydrogen to be produced. We need to quantify this, and if the conditions impact the production volume, we need to be able to distinguish that and apply a different formula in our methodology. And then we need to look at the project output volume, which means for the emissions that are inevitably coming up, because even if we include this, the reduction technology, we need to quantify that. For the plasma gasification technology, pre-treatment would be done. Energy that would be consumed additionally to create a combustion reaction environment, and then we need to come up with these calculation formulas to reflect such greenhouse gas emissions. And although this is not a familiar concept, I'd like to talk about this leakage emission. For example, it happens outside the power plant. It's outside the perimeters of the program, but we need to count that as well. For like hydrogen being filled in containers, biomass being transported on long-term scale, and long distances. If plasma gasification is affecting greenhouse gases, we need to reflect that. And we need to come up with the methodology. At the Gangwon province, we have a transparent and objective the calculations, and the UNFCCC has recognized that if the methodology will be set up at UNFCCC, then Gangwon province's the quantification methodology can be adopted in other countries as well as like international standard. I think it's quite possible that we spread it to many other countries. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Yu Seok-jae to begin this discussion.
Thank you. My name is Seok-jae Yu. We are discussing energy and future of energy. We all know the Gangwon province has been the supply of coal, and it has large coal mine, and also by supplying coal, the Korea was able to accelerate industrialization. However, the rapid industrialization of the nation was made at the expense of Gangwon province. The province made a huge sacrifice, and Korea made a commitment to 2050 in net zero, and it has been a hot topic how we can reduce the energy sources which generate or emit a lot of greenhouse gases. So when we think about the future of Gangwon province, particularly in the era that we should break ourselves free from the fossil fuel-based power generation, we need to think about how the province can make a contribution to the development of the nation, particularly making the country in a more sustainable environment. In the past, the coal was a major energy source for Korea, and we all know the carbon is a representative. The coal is a representative carbon-based energy source. As I have pointed out earlier, the Korean government came up with the strategy for 2050 net zero, but it is a very difficult strategy to implement because Korea has limited natural resources. So it will be a big burden on the entire nation. Given that, we need to think about what each province, including Gangwon province, can make contribution to the realization of the 2050 net zero strategy. And plasma technology would be a great and innovative technology to help the country achieve the 2050 net zero strategy. The plasma is a key word of today's discussion because it can be a keyword when we talk about the solution to the energy crisis, the carbon-based energy source crisis of the future. We are talking about the energy sources which emit carbon. However, if we introduce plasma technology, then we can transform the carbon-emitting energy sources into the carbon-free energy sources. That's a very important point made by Dr. Bong-Ju Lee. As Professor Bong-Ju Lee mentioned in his presentation, we need to transform LNG or biomass or coal that contained carbon into low carbon energy sources or carbon-free energy sources. And the transformation process generates a small amount of carbon residue. And when it comes to the issue of how we can absorb or remove the residual carbon, the forest and the woods, dense woods of Gangwon province can play a huge role. So if this plasma technology is combined with the absorption of residual carbon by dense forest and wood of Gangwon province, then we can achieve the carbon-free energy source. We are talking about a transitional energy source, and we also need to think about what should be the ultimate future energy source and how Gangwon province can take a lead in developing and adopting the future carbon-free energy source. So we are talking about how we can set the right and appropriate future direction. And as I mentioned before, plasma can be a key word in setting the right future direction for future energy sources. In addition to that, in addition to plasma technology, nuclear fusion energy technology can be utilized if these two are combined with each other. The most idealistic carbon-free energy source can be generated. And through the combination of these two energy sources, we can achieve carbon-free or net zero the energy source. And over the course of achieving such a strategy, Gangwon province can take lead in adopting the carbon-free or greenhouse gas-free energy sources. So plasma technology and the nuclear fusion technology are two keywords. And for the continuous realization of net-free status, even after 2050, Gangwon province can take a lead and can be a key player. So the keywords here are plasma technology and forests of Gangwon province. And Gangwon province can make a great contribution by utilizing those two keywords actively. Thank you very much. Plasma and the dense forest are the two keywords to achieve net zero.
역할을 강조하고 있습니다.
The Paris Agreement makes emphasis about the non-state actors' role. And Kim Sang-hyun is now going to talk about the role of the Gangwon province in promoting this cause. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Sang-hyun, and with regards to the Professor Lee Bong-Ju's presentation, he talked about plasma technology, and I am I believe that for the Gangwon province, this is a very interesting topic, and also it is a topic of interest for many other players around the world. I'm not the expert on this topic, but I am responsible for policy making, and when it comes to developing methodologies that can be deployed at UN, I take part in the research efforts as well. We believe that, as was reflected in the IPCC August report, that we don't have a lot of time. We need to respond right now to the climate change problem, and we need to take actions immediately. And innovative technology is very important for us, and therefore the plasma technology is going to be quite meaningful for us. And as Mr. Yu Seok said, he's the pioneer in developing the artificial sun technology, and these are really the most timely the projects that require our immediate attention. And when it comes to the Carbon Neutrality Committee, in order to advance the date that we achieve our target, which is set at 2050, there are a lot of efforts are being made, and it's about 30 to 35 reductions to the BAU, and as of 2018, the baseline has been set, and based on the date and the year of the 2018, we look at the volume that has been produced, and we come up with a reduction target. The target has been reported to the United Nations, and I've heard that our target has been further strengthened to 35% reductions, and this target has been approved at the National Assembly. And on August 8th, at the Carbon Neutrality Committee, the scenario has been announced. I'd like to walk you through the scenario, which targets at 2050. And there are the reduction targets of 35%, which has been proclaimed previously, but it's a lot more aggressive. In 2050, we want to be 96. We want to achieve 96.5% the achievement target. We'd like to realize this achievement target, and more aggressively, we'd like to achieve 100% target achievement by 2050. Energy conversion is very important here, and for carbon power generation, that this will be stopped, and instead we'll go for the hydrogen and ammonia based the power generation, and we will further seek the renewable energies, and so that we can come down to a 0% emissions, and hydrogen is included here as well. Within the Korean industry, I think the power, the chemicals and cement and the steel industry, heavy industries play a significant part in the Korean economy, and the new steel technologies that requires the advanced hydrogen technology will be introduced, and for the oil refinery, biomass boilers will be introduced for the cement industry. We make a transition to resins, 60% resins, and the hydrogen 40%. This is a huge the difference, and we believe the innovative technologies will be required to make it possible. The precondition has to be met. For the Gangwon province, a lot of discussions have been going on already. There are a lot of forests within the Gangwon province, and within this carbon neutrality scenario, the basin, the absorption basin, will be expanded, and the raw material used to the plasma technology that come from the biomass of the forest, and that kind of efforts has been already put in place in the Gangwon province. And if we are to make it possible, we need reforestation and new forestation efforts. I think reforestation is the likely option that Korea will do. That means that we are going to cut down a lot more trees in the future. And to enable the plasma technology, I believe that the blue hydrogen production will be made possible. Resources can be used to make the hydrogen. the blue hydrogen. And I think this is a certain area that many researchers are paying attention to in the overseas countries. And the raw data accumulation, if they're done properly, I believe that would be quite helpful. I even believe that we'll be able to export the data to the overseas countries in the future. That's going to be quite promising. Thank you very much. For the success of the carbon neutrality programs, we need to make an energy transition. For energy transition to be successful, we need to actively deploy the plasma technology-based the power generation plants. I think we came to have a very good discussion over this important topic. We began this session with a presentation by Professor Lee Bong-ju, and we have heard 5 panelists engage in active discussions. We won't have time for Q&A session, but please leave your questions and we will relay all your questions to the panelists. Once again, we'd like to thank you for being here with us today. We thank the Gangwon province for hosting this very important forum and for actively introducing the plasma technology. Thank you for adopting this technology and pioneering all this plasma-related technology efforts. With this, I'd like to conclude the environment session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thank the moderator. Please give a big round to our the moderator, the Professor Choi Jae-chul. Yes, thank you very much. I am so sorry that the time is flying so fast, and a lot of discussions have been made in these sessions. And to sum up the session's discussion, let me pull up the visual thinking drawing once again.
자, 이렇게 한 장의 비주얼 띵킹으로
So the visual thinking will be the last part of this environment session. And I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank every participant. And it was very impressive to see that visual thinking slide because we were able to see all the participants in one picture. And let's take a brief break. And we'll get back in our next session. And there are a lot of events prepared for online viewers, so please don't miss them out. Thank you.
네,
Thank you for joining us for JeongSeon Forum 2021. And this agenda is Gangwon session. And the session's topic is quite interesting. I believe the Gangwon province is the local province which is open, visited by people here in Korea, and one of the favorite places to go for vacation. And there are a lot of online users joining us. And please use this URL link to access into the website and page. So please submit your questions if you have any about the presentations that are going to be delivered in the Gangwon session. Before we get started with the presentations for the session, let us invite our keynote speaker first. Please welcome our speaker with a big round of applause.
He is the mayor of the JeongSeon County, Choi Seung-jun.
네, 유튜브를 보고 계신
Well, my greetings to our online audience who joins us through the YouTube streaming. And I also welcome the audience who join us online and offline, the scholars and experts from home and abroad. I'd like to extend my word of appreciation for your time and dedication. I am Mayor Choi Seung-jun, and I'm one of the co-hosts of today's event. I'm very delighted to be here today. It rained a bit yesterday, and because of that, the sky is so clear and blue. It's a typical JeongSeon autumn day. At the Haiwon CC, the KLPGA tournament has been going on. This is the second day for the KLPGA tournament at the Haiwon Resort Golf Club. Our keynote speaker for yesterday, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, talked about the place of the venue of today's event, which is the JeongSeon at the Gangwon province, and about holding a special forum in a very special place, which is formerly the Mind City, which is quite symbolic, according to the Professor Sachs, as such the meaningful event is held in a meaningful venue. Now, when you think about coal, this is a coal mining the city, and we used to have Dongwon Mining Company, the headquarters office in this city. This is the largest the miner, the coal miner in the Korea. And once Dongwon Tanja used to hire about 3,000 miners, and tens and millions of the metric tons of the coal have been excavated here, and this has contributed to the advancing Korea's economy, as well as providing heating material for the households. The Korean government has closed down all the coal mines, and in its place, the Korean government has established a family resort, complex resort called the Gangwon. So this is a place where many miners gather together to explore coals, and we used to have a very small narrow track trains which would take our miners to the coal mines, and these trains are now used for the tourists who want to visit the former mines. And we also developed the hills, small hills along the coal mines, and we have converted that into golf club and resort. And ecotourism is now actively promoted, and tourists are now invited to join a trekking course around the JeongSeon area. And I believe that Professor Jeffrey Sachs has placed much emphasis on the importance of holding a forum like JeongSeon Forum at this place. This gentleman is a renowned singer of the JeongSeon Darirang. JeongSeon Darirang is one has been listed as a heritage, the cultural asset. JeongSeon Darirang has been sung by this very renowned singer during the opening ceremony of the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games. We believe that the hundreds and millions of people watched him perform the JeongSeon Darirang. But because of the copyright issue, I'm not able to show you the video clip of his performance. And now, I'd like to talk about the river, which is the topic that we are going to talk about today at this Gangwon session. Before that, let me just give you a very brief explanation, introductory remarks about our city. Between Yeongdong and Yeongseon, we are located. We have a space of about 1,200 kilometers. This is about twice as large as the city of Seoul, and we are seated along the Taebaek Mount terrains. And we have Hanbaeksan and Gariwangsan as the mountains adjacent to the Cheongsan area. And this is also a high plateau area, and which means that there is a significant the temperature difference between day and night. And all this agricultural produce that we make in this region are known to be high quality. And the natural ginseng is known to be very high in quality. And also we have the yellow milk veg root, and that's a special plant and produced in this region. And because we are in the high altitude area, there are certain plants that grow very well, such as cabbages and other vegetables. We had 64,000 people residents in this region. So after the coal mines closed down, more than 100,000 people left Cheongseon to find work in other cities, including the Seoul metropolitan region. And we have now a population of 31,000 people. In the next 30 years, many cities are expected to disappear from the map, and we are one of those regions that are expected to disappear because of a population size going smaller. Cheongseon is famous for two things. First has to do with the arirang, which is an oral tradition which has more than 1,000 years of history. And there are 10,000 different types of the Cheongseon arirang songs. And it is quite rare that we have so many different types of the lyrics in the same song. And this is comparable to Minibara of the Indonesia, very special traditional song of Indonesia. So it's a very valuable heritage. And at the Cheongam Temple, we have a Sumano Tower, and this is a national treasure. And we have designated this as a national treasure, it traces back to the Shilla dynasty of the year 1000 AD or so. And there is a renowned monk that established a temple and set up this tower, and this tower has been preserved very well from the bottom to the very top, the tip of the tower. So if time would allow, I'd like to encourage all the offline audience to go visit the Sumano Tower. Cheongseon County has the four sub-districts, and many rivers run along these sub-districts of the Cheongseon County. And there are 29,000 different rivers and streams that run across the Korean territory. And even if it's the same stream, the river could have a different name depending on the region or the location. So even for the same river, we would have Han River in the city of Seoul, and the same river would be called Namhangang or the Bukhangang. So if we add them all together, we have a total of 29,000 different rivers and streams in the Korea. Now let me show you the Namhangang, south of Han River. This may not be very visible for all of you. You will see that this is the water resources map up, and along the Songcheon region, we have a separate the stream, and the Golji Valley, the Golji stream, that they join together to form Joyanggang, which is Namhangang's beginning. And the beginning of the Namhangang is in the JeongSeon region, and they come across 5 different streams, and the Joyanggang and Donggang are the new names given to this the same stream. And then they go down further to the downstream, and they come across a Seokgang stream and Chigang stream. And in the Yeongwon region, Donggang and Seokgang, the east and the west, come together. And then the name Namhangang is given, and this affects Yangpyeong, Namhangang, Chungju, and it also comes across Bukhangang, the north of Han River, at Dolmori. So the Hangang is actually the water resources used for the 10 billion Seoulite citizens, and so this is a picture of the Aoraji, which is a crossing point between Songchu and the timber, high quality timber, is used as a temporary boat. And this leads all the way to Apgujeong, which is at the center of Korea. And the timber has been made into a raft, and the raft has been brought all the way to the Seoul to be used in the palace construction. And these people are known as Daegun, which means that they drive the raft. And you said that you will make a lot of money in Korean, which is Daedon. They come from this name of people who drive the raft, Daegun. And it is also said that the Daegun used to sing 정선 다리랑 along the way. So the timber was brought to Seoul through this Namhangang, and also the song Arirang was delivered to other regions through the river. Many different stories will be told, and we believe that different dialects has been also delivered to other parts, and the clothing and the residential styles and the food culture, all of these different things have been transported using a river. And these are the 3 hills of the Dodam, which is in the Danyang region, and it's known to be a very renowned landscape. And these 3 hills are known to have been originally located in Cheongseon. We have a region called the Chambong, the 3-hill region, and we have 3-hill mountain, Sambongsan. And we have the Sambong elderly house, and it's known that these 3 hills originated from the Sambong region of Cheongseon, and because of the heavy rain one day, it kind of drifted away to the Danyang region. So there's a saying that people from the Cheongseon, the government officials from the Cheongseon, used to go down to the Danyang region to collect land taxes. And one day, a child came out in the Danyang region, and he protested. This child said that Cheongseon should take back the three hills because Danyang does not need the three hills anymore. And that is when the Cheongseon government officials stopped taking taxes, land taxes. And this small boy, the 7-year-old boy, is known to be Jeong Do-jeon, and Jeong Do-jeon later founded the Joseon dynasty. 500 years ago. And so Cheongseon is also known to be a region for the storytelling, very rich in storytelling. There's a lot of culture, there's a lot of history. A lot of things are condensed in the Cheongseon region.
아까 말씀드린 아우라지 지역에
And this is the Aoraji site. We have the Cultural Heritage Agency beginning this excavation efforts in there, and all those the stone tools and also the stone mount remains have been found through such efforts. And this is actually a site in the Cheonho-dong of the Seoul city, and this is the fortress of the Baekje dynasty, which goes back to the 8th century AD. And people say that you can dig up the land anywhere and you will find a lot of remains. You will see along the river that you see that the rich the soil can be found along the river, and therefore the river basin areas have been the areas for people to enjoy and make the benefit from. And river existed for a long time, and they existed a long time before us, thousands of years ago and tens of thousands of years ago. And in less than 5 decades, we have made significant changes to the river stream. I think it is our generation that were able to eyewitness the changes, the irreversible changes that took place. And you see that the river environment has been degraded for many reasons, and most notably because of the dam construction. And it is raft transportation was stopped after all these dams were constructed, and also the fish resources they began to disappear a lot because of the dam construction. And you will see that special fisheries species like slippery eel, they used to they used to travel from the rivers and go all the way down to the ocean. But this transportation, this movement had to be stopped because of the dam. But we do have the eel, the river eel in the Cheongseon region. It's because we buy the baby eels from the Philippines, and we put them in the river. So this is a rather abnormal way of living for the eel, but we artificially put them in the river instead of waiting for them to come, commute between the ocean and the river. And such is not possible because of the dam construction. And eco system have been disrupted because of dam construction. And I have mentioned about high altitude agriculture products. We have a terrain. Used to be forested before, and we turned it to a green terrain, and we started plantation there. And we put in a lot of fertilizers there on the terrain so that we can grow agriculture the products. And but because of this artificial construction, what happened is that there is a lot of soil going down the hill, and the soil has been going down also to the river and inundating the riverside as well. And this has all these artificial efforts has to led to the rivers becoming less rivers having less water in it. In other words, because of the dams, the waters are not flowing down to the rivers, and thus the rivers are becoming smaller in size than before in terms of the water, the volume of water that they contain. And sustainability is a very important topic that we pursue today. The globe is heating up, and it can be cooled down by the river. But the river is being contaminated by pollution, and it's being reduced in size because of the disruption in the water movement. And we believe that the rivers need to be protected well, otherwise the earth is going to be a very dangerous place to live. And therefore we have to start with the water resources of Namhangang. I believe that all the different the 평창, 태백, 영월, and Danyang, Chungju, Yeoju, Yangpyeong, and even the Gangdong district, Seongdong district, the Gangnam district, the Mapo district of the Seoul city, and the Yeongdepo district, and even the Gimpo city. All of those leaders of the political leaders of mayors and the district, the office heads of these along the Han River were to be invited to the session. We are going to talk about ways of improving the river basin. And also we were thinking about inviting those the political leaders along the northern river, northern Han River, the Bukhangang, and we wanted to have a space. We want to have this meeting of sharing ideas, and we hope to expand it to the northern territory as well. To invite the mayors of the northern cities along the river and along the Yalu River of the adjacent China. The seat mayors of the along the Yalu River could also be invited. We hope that one day it will happen. And at the Gangwon session, that's what I wanted to deliver to you. That's the message I wanted to deliver to you. I'm hoping that my points have been delivered to the audience, and I look forward to an active discussion at the panel discussion session. I hope to entertain your questions then as well. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
여러분 다시 한번 큰 박.
Thank you very much. Please give another round of applause. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your very kind remarks. He talked about the special features of the Gyeongseon region and the river that Gyeongseon enjoys. It's actually a very clear day outside in the Gyeongseon region. Early autumn is a day it can certainly be enjoyed, and I believe that we are going to have a very meaningful time with your participation online and offline. Now I'd like to invite the next presenter to the panelists to the center stage. We ask the moderators and the panelists to take their seats.
Thank you for joining us here at Cheongseon despite your busy schedules. I would like to introduce the three speakers of Gangwon session. First, let me give you Professor Park Yang-woo, professor at Graduate School of Arts at Chungang University and former Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Next, we have Mr. Jeon Yu-sung, director of the company called Comedy Market. Thank you. We have Mr. Park Jong-kwon, director of Balanced Regional Development and the Regeneration Office of Korea Land and Housing Corporation. Welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Let us get started with Gangwon session. I'll give the microphone over to the moderator. Thank you very much. My name is Park Yang-woo, and as we all know, we the title of this session is Gangwon session, which is dedicated to Gangwon province. If I take a look at the other agenda or other sessions, I can feel that those sessions were organized around the environment and the climate change. But this specific session, Gangwon session, is dedicated to Gangwon province and the Namhan River, South Han River. I would like to give an overview of this session, and I'll be followed by two speakers. And then we would like to wrap up the session after having panel discussion and the Q&A session. The county mayor, Choi Sung-jun, made an excellent explanation on Gangwon province and JeongSeon County. As a moderator, I would like to talk about tourism industry. Shall I begin? The title of my presentation is The South Han River and Tourism. I'd like to skip the introduction for the sake of time management. We know that we suffered from unprecedented difficulties caused by a COVID-19 pandemic, and the tourism industry is not an exception to that. The current crisis that we go through require us to come up with a drastic transformation in each relevant industry. And if you take a look at the figures of the last year, it seems that the tourism industry went back to what it used to be like 30 years ago, and the same goes for the domestic tourism industry. Last year was such a difficult year for the tourist industry here in Korea. If we take a look at the damages or loss of the industry, it reached the 16 trillion Korean won. And also tourism industry is related to other sectors and other industries. So the total or integrated the volume of the loss caused by COVID-19 is indescribable. You can see specific figures. So, in the case of JeongSeon, the casino business and the tourism business was damaged to an extreme level. And the same goes for inbound tourism. As of 2019, we had 17 million and the outbound inbound tourists visiting Korea. It was unprecedented figure. However, the last year there was a dramatic turn downward. So since we had unprecedented number of inbound tourists visited Korea back in 19, and in 2020 we had a great expectation on even the increase of inbound tourists. However, we were let down because due to the pandemic, there was no tourism happened in Korea at all last year. The COVID-19 brought about big change to the pattern of tourism. And also the social changes influence and brought about the change of tourism pattern. So the group tourism disappeared, and the small amount of people, a small number of people just travel together rather than a large group. So we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. In the wake of the fourth industrial revolution, the tourism industry is transforming itself into a digital industry, digital technology-based industry. Also, we witnessed polarization of tourism-related spending and consumption. There was a lot of loss of jobs, and unemployment increased in the midst of COVID-19. And also, the tourism industry gets changed in accordance with the changes in environment, and the hygiene and the safety and the security became important in terms of tourism industry as well. And outdoor tourism industry expanded. Caused by such changes in our environment. And another change factor is political change. I believe the same goes for other industries than the tourism. But when it comes to the tourism industry, actually people want to travel a safe country where their security is guaranteed. So once the COVID pandemic gets resolved, then there will be exploding demands for tourism. And Korea is acclaimed as an exemplary country in its fight against COVID-19, and it is expected that a growing number of foreign tourists will come and visit Korea. However, as for the countries which failed to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and contain the virus, will lose a lot in terms of their tourism industry in the post-COVID era. And the protectionism will also grow or occur in the tourism industry. Some countries will block their borders and prevent the foreign tourists from coming into their countries. So there will be a new era of protectionism in the tourism industry. Now, let me touch upon the key points that I want to deliver to you in my presentation. Professor Che gave an excellent presentation on the beauty and the value of South Han River. In the past, the rivers were the breadbed of civilizations, but now the river, the resource is utilized for tourism industry. And from the perspective of tourism industry, the natural resources such as river means a lot. And also, I'll skip this explanation on the South Han River because Professor Che gave an excellent explanation on that. And as he has mentioned before, there is a rich and abundant tourism-related resources around the South Han River. We had some prehistoric relics and also the tourist sites, which commends beautiful scenery and beautiful natural resources. And also the rivers has been the hotbed of the inherited folk songs and the local myth and ethnic storytelling. There are also artificial structures being built and operated around rivers. They are very valuable, the resources for tourism industry. And now I'd like to talk about how we can deal with these natural resources from the perspective of development of tourism industry. I would like to talk about the overview of tourism industry before I get into the point how we need to utilize the river resources for the sake of tourism industry. Let me talk about the definition of tourism. What is tourism? Tour is about taking a walk in one limited area or one specific area, and the Chinese character of this tourism stands for seeing the light. So the literal interpretation of tourism in Chinese character is seeing and watching the light. And the modern interpretation of this term, tourism, is taking a look at the places around you when you travel. So before the COVID-19 pandemic, the offline tourism was the mainstream of tourism industry. But in the post-COVID-19 era, the the hybrid form of offline and online tourism will be the mainstream of tourism. And once we shift the tourism industry into this hybrid or online tourism, at what speed such kind of transformation will be made. And no matter what the transformation speed is, the transformation or the change is inevitable. And as for the tourism centering around the South Han River, we need to actually utilize or strengthen the brand power of South Han River tourism. So the brand power is composed of brand image and the public awareness, as well as the quality of the tourism that people can have in the specific local area. Now I'd like to talk about a few future trends in the tourism industry. In order to respond to changes made in our environment, the tourism industry will change, accommodating the environmental changes. So the tourism centering around the South Han River will also change, accommodating environmental changes. And next, I believe that contents will matter a lot in the post-COVID-19 era. We are talking about BTS and K-pop, a wave in the global market. And actually, huge success could be made, such as the BTS and the K-pop, thanks to the high-quality contents. If I borrowed the business management term, the positioning is quite important. And in order to have a right position in the market, we need to actually raise the quality level of our tourism contents. We need to differentiate ourselves from our competitors with original contents which can stand out. And also, we need to think about how we can activate the tourism centering around the South Han River, the river area, and the communities surrounding the river. We are talking about the historical resources or the contents, natural resources, even the industrial resources, or symbolic and the sculptures, or even the local foods could be a good local contents for tourism in Namhangang or the South Han River. And next, I'd like to talk about the importance of marketing. Even though you have great jewels, they should be actually set into a beautiful piece of the jewelry to be valuable. So as for the marketing, we need to think about how we can utilize a new medium and how we can use new subscribers of a new medium such as YouTube and SNS. We have like around 100 million fans of Korean pop culture. So the ARMY is a name of the fan base of BTS, which is famous around the world. So the local autonomous bodies that share the river resource of South Han River should work together to come up with the positioning and the right marketing. As for, when it comes to the technological advancement, the local autonomous bodies should make strenuous efforts to accommodate such advanced technologies to activate the local tourism industry, and that will determine success and failure of local tourism. And also, we need to come up with a comprehensive and integrated approach toward the local tourism. We need to secure relevant financial resources, and we need to come up with the measures to create relevant profits from tourism, local tourism industry. And next, I would like to emphasize the fact that actually we need to accommodate the local tourism, but also we need to force a collaborative and cooperative relationship with the local autonomous bodies or local communities to further activate the tourism industry. But in the end, what matters most is human resources. So the voluntary participation of local community members will make a great contribution to the activation of local tourism, and also the collaboration and cooperation among different local autonomous bodies can make a great contribution to the development of local tourism. Here we have local government officials participating in JeongSeon Forum. I believe that role of local government officials is very important for the development of local tourism. Churchill once said that I have nothing to give but my blood, sweat, and tears to my country. So the local government officials are valuable assets and resources, and actually we have great expectation on them with regard to the activation of the local tourism industry. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation, and I would like to invite our two panelists. Do I need to introduce the two panelists? Oh, okay, I'll do that. On my left is a celebrity that you all know. We have Mr. Jeong-Sung. He is the managing director of the company called Comedy Market. He also is called the master of idea, or the idea bank. He's such a creative person. But he said that he's not a creative person. He's just quick-witted. So Mr. Chun Yu-sung, the managing director of the company Comedy Market, please welcome him with a big round of applause. And next to Mr. Chun Yu-sung is Director Jung-gun Park, Director of Balanced Regional Development and Regenerational Office. I'd like to invite Mr. Chun Yu-sung for his presentation. As it was kindly introduced by our moderator, I am a quick-witted person, and I am running a comedy theater in a remote local village in Korea. I'd like to talk about the comedy theater business that I'm learning in this remote village of Korea. I majored in entertainment and acting, and I remember one of my old professors told me. Actually, we talked about making good films, good quality films, and good quality TV shows. And while we were discussing that, we just came up with what is the definition of good film. And the professor at the time said that if one scene that stays in your memory and remains in your memory, and when you hear the title of the movie, and if that specific scene comes into your mind, then that film or that movie is a masterpiece. It resonated to me. So if there is such a great scene which can symbolize this and represent the specific movie, then we can, or we want to see that movie over and over, even though we need to pay every time. Korea is such a beautiful country, and there are a lot of local the reasons which command pretty good views. So as it was mentioned by our moderator, I'm living in a remote village in Korea, and that village I command a lot of good views. And whenever I appreciate a great natural scenery like the starlit night sky, or great the stream running in my neighborhood or in my village, I'm always impressed. And when I invite my friends to come and visit my place, and when I take them to the great places that they can enjoy the beautiful scenery in the village, then they are all impressed, and they take a lot of pictures and they upload those pictures on their SNS or Instagram. Some time ago, I was asked by the parents of students what would be the best way to educate their children, and my answer was that they should take them to nature and appreciate that beautiful scenery. They can go and visit the same place over and over, so their children can appreciate the different beauty of each season. So if actually they take their children to a specific the remote village or a beautiful place in fall, then they can come back in winter to identify the difference or the changes made in that specific place. And when they bring their children to those places or the tourist sites, I just recommended them to accompany their grandparents. It seems that the Korean society has gone through a rapid development or industrialization. So it seems that there are not many places that we can think of when we think about our grandparents. Actually, the apartment buildings cannot be those places which remind us of our grandparents. And also, it will be absurd if you say that this specific street is where your grandfather had a traffic accident. Or, however, if you take your children to a kind of the natural environment, often with your parents, I mean their grandparents, then you can give your children a lot of good memories that they can think of about their grandparents, the places where they catch fish together with their grandparents, and so on. So the rural areas need to provide different fun experiences to the tourists. Let me share my personal experiences. I keep a dog, and actually my child keeps the dog, and she told me that she couldn't go on a travel because of the dog. So I volunteered to take care of her dog. And there was a local exposition event which was supposed to be held in a local area, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the exposition was canceled. But why I'm telling that the canceled exposition is that when I prepared the exposition event, I asked the people around me, particularly the artists who actually joined the preparation of the event, whether they have heard the saying that the classical music or good music will be good for cultivation of Korean ginseng, and they said they have never heard of it. But I tried, and I actually planned a performance where the artists visit the ginseng field and play great music to encourage them to grow. What about a lullaby? So we just sing lullaby, but no one asks whether lullaby is really helping children go on sleep. I wanted to actually experiment the effect of a lullaby. So I just visited a kindergarten and I played a lullaby to find out whether children will put on sleep or will go on sleep when they listen to lullaby. But actually, in reality, they didn't actually go to sleep, even though when they heard a lullaby, they just cried instead. And also, there is another the performance event that I organized for the sake of pregnant women. Also, another the event that I planned was the event or performance for those who need the tooth implants. Those were pretty brilliant ideas as far as I think. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I didn't have a chance to actually realize those ideas into the actual events. I still remember the comic books that I read when I was a small child. There were a lot of sci-fi related cartoons that depict the advancement of future technology. At the time, when I was a small child, I wondered whether this technology will be realized in reality. But now, I see that those future technologies depicted in webtoons were realized. Let me example, the escalator is one of those cases. When I visit local cities to participate in local cultural events, I always recommend the local autonomous body officials to participate children and youth in their local events. So whenever local events are organized, actually the events are organized in a way to satisfy the appetites or the taste of local autonomous body officials. So that's why we have a uniform or kind of undifferentiated theme of festivals or events every year. So when the healing or well-being was a key word of our society, all the local events were organized centering around the theme of well-being or healing. So actually, we can come up with a different type of interesting event, such as the event organized by comedians like me and supported by local government officials. So let me go back to the beginning of my presentation. I'd like to organize a musical performance, which is performed by children. Not only, performed by children, and the musical, the contents is also about children. And in fall, actually, we can start the musical in springtime, and then we can actually play or stage the performance in the following seasons, summer, fall, and winter. And the musical contents will evolve as the season changes. So in springtime, the children can, the boy and girl meet each other, and in fall they get married or things like that. And such kind of idea will be a good idea to be pursued by local autonomous bodies. One of my colleagues said that the river shouldn't be remained untouched. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. If it mess with the river, then it will scream. So we should leave it as it is without messing with it around. Thank you very much, Mr. Chun Yu-sung. You can actually entertain the audience for 1 hour or even a couple of hours. And thank you for keeping your speech and presentation in time. I totally agree to the points you made. The performances or the local festivals should be funny ones, and the local government and the officials should play a supporting role rather than organizing these festivals by themselves. Thank you very much.
Mr. Park Jong-kwon, now would you like to begin your presentations? Yes, I am affiliated with the Korea Land and Housing Corporation, Korea LH Corporation. I'm responsible for balanced regional development and regeneration at the Korea L&H Corporation. It's an honor for me to be a part of this very important conference. Today, I would like to talk about the Damhan River and the balanced regional development. I gave a lot of thought to how I should proceed today, and I believe that the LH Corporation, we are engaged in certain activities and want to find a good link between what we do at LH Corporation and this forum. To do so, I think I should start my presentation with an explanation about what we do at the Land and Housing Corporation. Only this year, we've been criticized a lot by the Korean media. And I would like to ask for your kind understanding. I think it is the culprits within our organization, a few culprits within our organization that have been engaged in rather bad activities, but a vast majority of the staff at LH Corporation are engaged in decent and productive activities. We have been formed through the merger of Land Corporation and Housing Corporation in 2009. And we currently carry out housing projects that affect about 306,000 households, and we operate the leasing houses to the amount of 1.29 units. If you look at the sheer volume, you see that we are a large company that were able to come up with very productive results. We have constructed the first and the second new town construction, like new town projects. We are currently engaged in the third new town project and also carry out projects in the overseas countries such as Myanmar and Vietnam. And now I'd like to talk about projects related to Namhan River. As was mentioned by the mayor of the JeongSeon County, the Namhan River is a very long river with 307 kilometers, and we have the river reaching out to the downstream, and then it turns the west and to the Chungju, and then it goes all the way to the north of South River, north of the South Seoul. And it also links, connects to various plains, which are known to be rich the soil, provide rich soil for the agriculture production, rice crop production. And also the Namhan River is a place where there was a battle, fierce battle between three dynasties in the 8th century, around the circa 8th century. So there are a lot of the relics found in this along the river. Compared to the Bukhangang, the north of Han River, we have a smaller number of major dams. We have Chungju Dam in the Namhangang region. We were planning to build a Donggang Dam along the Namhan River, but the population along the river have protested severely, so we scrapped the plan completely to build the Donggang Dam in the Namhan region. And it's always also the place where there's been a lot of folklore developed. A river where the moon with the mount is a drama, the miniseries made by KBS, and it was developed based on the Undal myth. And the baby, the warrior, the myth is also from the Namhan River. And there's also other folklore. Pyeon, the family, the myth is also found in this region. About they have been going through severe difficulties because they were suspected to be the rebellions. I also look at water quality when developing the housing projects. This shows the water quality in the river downstream. And compared to the past, the COD level and the BOD levels have been improved significantly in the Namhan River region. And this has to do with the downstream region. And water quality is degraded a bit in the northern region, in the upstream side, because of the urbanizations and because of various development projects that are going on. I think that has affected the degradation of the water quality. And I think regional the governments need to pay closer attention to improving the water quality. LH Corporation engages in various housing site lot development projects. And compared to the Seoul metropolitan region, the size is not significant, but we believe it's very important to improve the stability of the housing supplies in this region, and therefore we tend to focus more on the Namhangang related regions to improve housing stability. Lastly, I'd like to talk about COVID-19 situation. The outbreak has affected us significantly at the beginning last year. And we are going through severe difficulties because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe that housing stability issue is going to emerge as a very important issue because of the COVID in the post-COVID era. I believe that many more people will decide to move out of the Seoul metropolitan region to lead their lives in regional cities. That's going to be quite a significant change. And against the advent of the post-corona situation, I believe that we need to further develop the residential sites along the Namhangang River because it's going to improve the quality of life for many people. We believe that alleged corporations and regional governments need to pay closer attention to this post-pandemic era. We need to think about ways of developing smart cities along the Namhan River. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Park. You talked about the Namhan River and the balanced regional development. You said that Namhan River Basin area could be developed as a livable city, livable land, the residential area. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. Namhan River is in fact the origin of our history. It shows our culture. It shows our history. It has long-standing history, and Namhangang is also a place with a beautiful landscape. It is also a beneficial asset on our part. I sincerely hope that it will remain as a beneficial asset. I hope that we'll be able to conserve what we can, and if we're going to develop the Namhan Basin region, that we would do so in a sustainable manner. I find it rather regretful that we don't have a lot of time. We have no time to entertain questions from the audience. With my apologies and regrets, I'd have to draw this session to a close. And I'd like to now give the microphone to our moderator. Thank you for your very kind attention and your cooperation. Yes, please give another big hand to the panelists.
Thank you very much. And I also would like to thank our moderator for managing the session greatly. As it was mentioned by our presenters and the moderator, the South Han River has always been with us. But actually, it was a very valuable chance for us to remind us of the values of the South Han River that's always been with us. Before we wrap up this session, I'd like to introduce the visual thinking slide to you. Please give a big round of applause to the visual thinking slide. It's great to see. And it's always marvelous to see this visual thinking picture because everything that we've discussed in the session is reflected and included in this slide. With this, I'd like to wrap up the Gangwon session, and we'll come back with the enterprise session. And as I've mentioned before, there are great events prepared for online viewers. Don't miss them out.
네, 정상
Welcome you back to JeongSeon Forum 2021. Now we are just ahead of one session before the wrapping up or the closing of JeongSeon Forum 2021. We have had a great and meaningful sessions talking about the future of Earth and the humankind, centering around the climate change. And while listening to the presentations delivered by great presenters, I just came up with a realization that I should start with the small actions in my daily lives to make a contribution to the sustainable environment creation. And enterprise takes a big part of our society. It's one of those major pillars that sustain our society. And today we have the guests from this enterprise sector or corporate sector to compose enterprise session. So please join us for the remainder of the session and use the YouTube channel to raise your questions if you have any. The last session, the enterprise session, will be delivered on the theme of the role of sustainable companies in carbon neutrality. I would like to invite the co-chair of JeongSeon Forum 2021, Vice Chairman JeongSeon of SKENS for his opening remark of enterprise session. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. My name is Jung-Jun. At this JeongSeon Forum 2021, where we talk about lives in sustainable environment, I am honored to be the co-host. It gives me a great honor for me to stand here as the co-chairman of the organizing committee. And in particular, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the presenters for making their contributions. SK and POSCO are two largest the carbon emitters of Korea. And we have the top management representative to talk about their responsibilities as corporations. And we do have a panelist that represents the financial sector as well. And for the moderator, we have an attorney at law from Kim and-jang Law Office, who will be the moderators at today's discussion. And I believe that the stakeholders from the corporate sector of Korea are all here today. I extend my appreciation to all the participants for their contribution. And the threat of COVID-19 continues, and we had new hopes and expectations for the year 2021. We face more challenges than ever before, and the heat waves, forest fires, and floods are affecting us. According to The Guardian, there's been more the forest fire than before, and we emitted more than 300 million tons of the carbon because of that. And as Dr. Choi Jae-chun said yesterday in his keynote, in his lecture, we have more than 100 years of recording the global temperature, and we have top 5 the years all being recorded within the last decade. And in the Gangwon province, we had heavy the flood, and there was high concentration of rain in a very localized region, and it is also part of the climate anomaly. And because of that, the sustainable planet has become a very important issue that we feel very close to our the life. This is not an issue that affects individual country. This is an issue that requires a global solidarity and cooperation. The P4G summit was held in Seoul in May of this year, and at this summit, a global Seoul Declaration was adopted. This includes the global efforts to overcome the climate change, including accelerating the energy transition. And we are highly dependent on the export industry, and therefore this is a very important issue for us. In addition, the EU to unveil in the Fit for 55, which is the draft of the carbon tax bill. This was released in July, and this requires a global response as well. And we have a lot of assets that is affected because of that. And this asset needs to be amortized. And according to our statistics, we believe that the Korean national investment assets exposed to 9 high carbon industries in Korea amount to 411 trillion won. That they include individual investments as well as corporate investments. And again, we are highly dependent on exports, and we emit large amounts of carbon. And if this carbon border tax is to be adopted, we are going to suffer a lot. GDP is likely to decrease, and also export volume is going to decrease, but we are going to face more severe problem on top of that, and we are facing this imminent challenge. This is a crisis, serious crisis situation, and this requires our immediate response. We need to change our activity, and this is indeed a real risk for the businesses. This is not just an ideological or declarative or rhetorical concept. This is a situation that requires immediate response and actual response. This is a matter of life and death for the businesses. And therefore, we're not just being subjected to regulations. We need to be a part of the conversation, and we need to come up with new responses. We need to take actions, initiate the situation, and businesses are already taking actions. For example, in the energy sector, we emit large amounts of the carbon. In April of 2021, we decided to find responses on our own. And as an initiative, we established a private sector, energy sector initiative. This is an energy alliance for carbon neutrality. And we believe that investment and the technological development it would provide a solution for us. And we joined hands together with the government to come up with the solution. Now, in such event, at the individual companies level, what can we do to promote carbon neutrality? Are our efforts turning out to be effective? We have given a lot of thought to that. This is something we share not only at the top management level, but also at our staff level. At the P4G Seoul Summit, Chairman Choi Tae-won gave us a keynote speech. He gave us a proposal for a mechanism to internalize these efforts. We need to provide a measure, to provide incentive, and to come up with collaboration. And he made such a proposal at the P4G Summit. Let me give you some ideas from this discussion. And this is part of the keynote address made by Choi Tae-won at the P4G Summit. And if so, how should companies internalize these external effects? And how can we come up with a mechanism to change the perception and their behavior and effectively internalize the externalities? I'd like to come up with a mechanism. I have 3 keywords for you today. First is measure. Second is incentivize, and the third is to collaborate. The first element in operating a new mechanism is measurement. One of the decisive reasons why internalization does not occur is that companies are not aware of what and how much externalities arise. So without so the companies should quantify the wide-reaching specific impact on the environment by quantifying them into monetary terms. And that should be done, as in the case of the financial accounting, through environmental accounting. And the externalities on the environment should be assessed. And by doing so, companies will be able to develop a clear understanding about the environmental factors and manage and improve the environmental problems that they cause. By objectively identifying the environmental performance of a company, the government can come up with a feasibility evaluation. Regrettably, measurement cannot solve environmental problems on its own. Even if we can quantify the externalities through the measurement, we need incentives to internalize them. Without incentives, companies will turn away. And therefore, we need to use the results to provide incentives for the environment improving effect. The incentive needs to be paid out for the mechanism to get going. If that happens, environmental issues will no longer be just externalities. As a catalyst, incentives will turn environmental issues into investment and profit-making opportunities. And the incentive system that I propose is not just about reviewing the planned investment amount to pay subsidies in advance. Instead, we need to look at the project outcome. How did they improve the environment? Incentives should measure up the investment performance of the company after completion. Lastly, when it comes to incentives system, some may have questions about the financial resources for this system. And for this, we need cooperation at the global level. The incentive payment should not be confined to a given region. Instead, we need to develop it as an internationally accepted credit. For example, if companies come up with a system to resolve the problem, and we should come up with a system where they can voluntarily resolve the system so that we can maintain and expand growth and address environmental issues simultaneously. And of course, companies cannot sit idle until solutions come out. With a strong commitment, companies should take resolute action to improve the environment. And this is the new entrepreneurial spirit needed for the new era. And President Choi Tae-won spoke in his capacity as the chairman of the Korea in this KCCI. And he used a lot of jargon, but I think there was a student that raised a point. There was a lot of words, but little action is taken. The issue about the carbon, the coal-based power production has to do with the cost. People believe it's cheaper to generate electricity through the carbon based power plants. Coal-based power plants is about 5 cents. If you look at the externalities, because it emits carbon emissions, it emits carbon, and it's not included in the cost. If you include the externalities altogether, it's going to be at least 8 cents. So coal power generation is the cost of coal power generation is 13 cents as opposed to 5 cents that they claim. And if it's 13 cents, it's much larger than the cost incurred in using recyclable, reusable energy. And therefore, the argument is very clear. The coal power plant is quite expensive because it's 13 cents as opposed to 5 cents. So measurement should be made. And this is a good way for us to start. Lastly, I'd like to say that success or failure where carbon neutrality requires long-term vision and goal setting based on global cooperation. And, I sincerely hope that this session will serve as a good starting point. I sincerely hope that we would shed light on the sustainability so that we can give a good starting point for the sustainable role of companies in the carbon neutrality era. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. And as was mentioned, there are roles to be played by corporations. I'm sure that businesses are paying attention to what they should do, and this is the area where many different stakeholders are paying attention to. There should be active discussions to define the roles to be played by themselves, and we are very interested to see what the businesses have to say in the roundtable discussion. And for the roundtable, we'd like to now invite the panelists to take their seats at the
네, 이렇게 단상에 함께
Thank you very much. We have the enterprise session presenters seated on the stage. Let me introduce them one by one. And please welcome them with a big round of applause as I introduce them one after another. We have Mr. Kim Sung-woo, Head of Environment and Energy Research Institute at Kim and-jung. Thank you. Next to him is Mr. Lee Hyung-hee, President of SK Supex Council's Social Value Committee. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Next, let me give you Lee Si-woo, Head of Safety and Environment Division of POSCO. Mr. Park Sung-hyun, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer of Shinhan Financial Group. Thank you very much. I would like to give microphone to Mr. Kim Hyung-woo, who will be moderate at the enterprises session. Thank you very much. This is my first time to visit JeongSeon, and on my way here, I was pretty impressed with the beautiful scenery and the beauty of nature. When there was the inauguration ceremony of a carbon neutrality committee, I actually saw the beautiful scenery of the city of JeongSeon while watching the video clip, but I didn't actually feel it in person. And particularly the scenery that you comment from inside and the scenery that you can see outside in person is quite different. And it's a great honor for me to be moderator of this great session of enterprise session. I believe the enterprise session under the theme of the role of sustainable companies in carbon neutrality is very timely. We are talking about different enterprises, one from financial sector, one from a manufacturing sector, and one in commodity sector. So I'd like to listen to the presentations from three presenters from different industry sectors, and then I will wrap up and after having a quick Q&A session. Could you please upload the slide that I prepared? I spent the last 30 years in energy and environment sector. I used to be a business person before I actually joined Kim and-jung. I used to work at POSCO before I joined Kim and-jung, and we all know that there is a big transition being made. The coal-based carbon energy source was a kind of the easiest energy source that we used to use. So if we stop using this carbon energy source, it means that we need to go back to the state that we were in 60 years ago. And around 25% countries had the decarbonization horizon like 18 months ago, but now the number has risen to 75%. The Vice Chairman Yu pointed out that Fit for 55 is the EU's energy, particularly the carbon energy reduction target by 2035. And the US also came up with a very ambitious plan. And also there are movements being made in the National Congress in the United States to make a revision on the energy-related laws to respond to future demands. And also CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism is one thing that we need to consider. The steel product which is being exported by Korea to the European countries should comply with the environment-related regulations in order not to be punished with the penalties or kind of fines. And actually, as we can see, the European countries and the US came up with kind of the environment-related laws and regulations in the area of carbon energy source reduction, and quite similar line. And from the perspective of the Asian region, we need to take a look at what's happening and what kind of moves are being made in China and Japan. China came up with a declaration of a carbon neutrality, and as we all know, China is using the half of coal production as of today. So you may wonder how China will achieve its economic growth without using carbon energy source or coal. And you may wonder where that confidence comes from, what kind of technological base that China can use. From the perspective of end user energy consumption, 2/3 of the energy source that we use is the electricity. And also the technology matter a lot in this power generation. And if actually we are talking about three key technologies or the core technologies, and there are top 10 technology companies provide those three major areas: the EV battery and the PV modules. And 7 out of top 10 PV module companies are the Chinese companies. And if you take a look at this graph, you will see that actually the Chinese companies dominate all these three, the innovative technological sector, the EV battery, PV module, and wind turbine. And let me brief you on what kind of moves are being made by Japan. I'm not saying that the Korea is lagging behind Japan. Actually, Japan is faced with a similar situation with that of Korea. Japan needs to secure the stability of electricity distribution network in order to replace the energy sources into a more sustainable energy sources. And in order to achieve that goal, actually Japan needs to connect its electricity distribution network with the neighboring countries. But as we all know, that is not the reality for both Korea and Japan. Japan came up with an ambitious target of increasing the proportion of renewable energy to 36 to 38% by 2030. Korea is moving toward a similar direction. Carbon Neutrality Committee was inaugurated, and the Korean government came up with a specific strategy to achieve net zero by 2050, as well as its plan to accomplish NDC by 2030. And one of the measures being considered by the Korean government is to legislate the carbon energy source reduction. A few days ago, the subcommittee in the National Assembly actually passed the proposal for the basic law for decarbonized society. as a response to climate crisis. And according to that basic law, there is a specific blueprint for the Korean government to cut down its carbon emission with a specific milestone, such as 2030 and 2050. We all know that government policy will give impact on the accomplishment of carbon neutrality or net zero targets. And I believe that also enterprise can play a role in making contribution to the realization of such goals. For the past 6 months, the wealth management companies, some of the wealth management companies came up with the declaration of carbon neutrality. And as you can see in this figure, the AUM of the global wealth managers which declared carbon neutrality is 43 trillion won, and entire global AUM of wealth management companies is 110 trillion dollars rather. And what do you know what it means that a wealth management company declares carbon neutrality? It is not limited to the carbon neutrality of the company itself. Rather, it means that the wealth management company will engage in the company that it invests in with regard to the accomplishment of carbon neutrality. So if this goes, as it is, then the enterprises will have no choice but to follow this carbon neutrality trend, whether they like it or not. And investors are supposed to pursue profits. So you may wonder why these wealth management companies actually campaign for carbon neutrality. In the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, recently, the top companies which perform well in terms of ESG or carbon emission reduction show increase in their market capitalization as a kind of consensus made in the financial sector. And also, another trend that I want to point out here is that there has been increasing number of shareholders and stakeholders request for carbon neutrality or the carbon emission reduction. Let me take an example of ExxonMobil, a representative petrochemical company in the United States. There was a board of directors meeting in May 26th. And an activist hedge fund made a request for the replacement of independent directors in the BOD meeting of ExxonMobil. And actually that an activist hedge fund came up with the proposal for new 3 independent directors, and actually they were replaced. Actually the existing the independent directors were replaced with those proposed ones. We are talking about the ISS and CAPES or some pension fund managers that actually agreed to such kind of proposal. And another case in point is the ruling made by a Dutch court against Shell. Actually, the court make it mandatory for the company to cut down its CO2 scope 1, 2, 3 emission by 45%. It made it provisionally enforceable. And this kind of proposal or the request can be made to any company in the world. There could be certain measures that the companies can take to deal with such kind of request. The first one is they can change or restructure their portfolio, and they can also purchase the clean energy without changing their business model, or also they can make investment in new and low carbon product while you're expanding and the decarbonization boundary. I would like to bring your attention to the upcoming the UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, which will be held in November this year. And during the COP meeting, there will be a discussion and the finalization of the international information disclosure criteria for the companies. And also, each countries will come up with a raised target for the greenhouse gas emission. It seems that a lot of enterprises are moving toward carbon-free energy source or the carbon and the emission or the CO2 emission reduction. So during the COP26 meeting, such kind of guidelines and the criteria will be finalized. So please take a look at what kind of decisions will be made during the COP meeting and other related meeting talks. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
갑자기 발제자에서 다시
And now I put on my hat as the moderator of this session. I'm no longer the presenter. I'd like to now proceed. I request the panelists to speak for 10 minutes. And Mr. Lee from the POSCO, so excuse me, my apologies. Mr. Lee Hyung-hee of the SK side is responsible for the group, the SK group, and Mr. Lee Si-wood is going to talk about the POSCO experience as the major manufacturer, and we believe that we have a complete lineup because Mr. Park Sun-young then is going to talk about the financial industry. So now I'd like to ask Mr. Lee Hyung-hee to begin this discussion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lee Hyung-hee, and I am affiliated with the SK Group. And this is my title of my presentation is Through Carbon Neutrality, we are aspiring to find out what the future holds for the businesses. At the JeongSeon Forum, I believe that sustainable the earth is the major theme that you pursue at the JeongSeon Forum. And I remember that sometime last year, we had some ideas about the environment. And also, 2 years ago, we had our ideas about the environment. I wanted to focus on that. If we go back 2 years, of course, at the time, environment was a very important issue. But I believe that environment issue was regarded to be an agenda of the NGOs and non-governmental organizations or those of the progressive groups in the society. But now, I believe that environment and carbon neutrality are the terms that have become important buzzwords for all of us, not just as special segments within the Korean society. And I believe that we need to ask ourselves whether our lives can be sustainable. So I think that there is a paradox here because I believe that when it comes to sustainable earth, that we do agree that we need to promote the activities that contribute to the sustainable planet. But if we have to give out our profit for the sake of the earth, or we have to make massive investment because we have to ensure sustainability, companies will be reluctant. But we have to ask ourselves about how it will impact the future of the businesses. If it's going to impact sustainability of the businesses, then companies may choose to act differ. And debating for the debate's sake and debating for the sake of the sustainability of the businesses, these two things are regarded to be two different things, but now they are closely related. And why is such a mechanism being found within our society? I think the efforts can begin from the financial sector, from the capital market per se, but more fundamentally, I think we have to go back to the consumers level. Consumers are the general public and the people who vote, the voters. So, and I believe that the perception that the voters or the general public has is changing, and climate change has been mentioned a lot by the keynote speaker and others. And I do believe that climate change is is changing the ideas we have about the future. And consumers are beginning to recognize that, and the policymakers are responding to such changes. And Kim Sung-wook from the Kim Han-jang Law Office talked about overseas legislation cases. And I have been collecting news articles lately, and I wanted to update those materials as I wanted to make a presentation. But you have to make updates every few days in a given month, because new regulations are being put in place, new laws are being enacted. And from the capital markets point of view, such changes in the regulations, the capital market wants to ensure that companies respond to such changes in the legislation and in the new regulations being installed. If companies do not respond, the capital market will be reluctant to extend loans. And companies are clearly becoming aware of this new development, the new situation. So it just struck me that these days there is a competition amongst the powers for energy, the supremacy. And we talked about the fourth industrial revolution. We believe that the AI is going to be deployed, and this is going to be based on the ICT technology. And we said that this is going to be revolutionary. And of course, these kind of changes are very important within the fourth industrial revolution. But decarbonization and energy transition are going to impact us in a more significant manner, and they're going to come to us more faster than the AI-based changes. Remember the days of the Industrial Revolution? It was led by major powers, and it was based on the coal, and mass the production based on the coal power generation resulted in wealth being accumulated to very few individuals, and this has led to the wealth of a nation, and thus the rise of the power. And this has led to the hegemon arising. And people who had the hegemons, the people who had hegemonic power, that began to rule as very powerful states, and they subordinated less powerful states. And likewise, the decarbonization is taking place so in a rapid manner, and the changes are just massive changes going on, and we are already mired in a fight amongst the powerful players. The United States was neglecting on this issue. The EU is taking the lead, and now the US is coming back, and they are taking part in the competition. And against this backdrop, China seems to believe that there is no reason for China to stand aside. 75% of all the solar powers technologies are being held by China, and 55% of all the wind power technologies are held by China. And so this is the overall the competition landscape, and we have to be a part of this competition. There's no way out for us. This is like a marathon. The marathon has begun already. We don't want to take the marathon, but major athletes have already begun the fight in this marathon. Although we do not want to take part in this marathon, although we're not ready physically, but already the fight has begun, and this hegemony fight has begun with rationale, and there's this large this is a competition at large, and we are really looking at this huge trend. And we are wondering what we have to do against this backdrop. Now, let's take a microscopic view for the company's perspective. Many of the Korean businesses believe that this is the way forward, and a lot of cost will be incurred. Large investments will be required. They need technology, and this is a difficult path for us. But if they choose not to take the path, there's going to be a bomb dropped on us. The CBAM is the CBAM, acronym for the Carbon Border Adjusting Mechanism. And this is going to incur a lot of cost for the companies, and companies will have to take on one of these two options. There's no middle way for companies. If you choose to stay in the middle way, it's going to be more difficult for the companies later. Now, this is a situation in which you have to promote the cause, and you have to try to find some benefits by promoting that cause. Or you could choose to obtain practical output and try to add some rationale to it. So it's something that you will have to aspire to try to achieve. I remember this picture. This is an athlete from Tonga. During the Winter Olympics at the Pyeongchang game, he was the flag hoister of the Tonga national team. And he took part in the Summer Olympic Games, in the Tokyo Olympic Games as well. He took part as the taekwondo player. And he also wanted to play the kayak, but compete under the kayak game, but he was not able to do so. What he wants to do is to take take part in the Olympic Games as frequently as many times as possible. He's not able to compete in other fields, and therefore he chose to take part in the taekwondo game. What I want to say is that the company has clear objectives, and the company may be able to trying to resort to various means to achieve this objective, and actions are required to this end. In the previous days, companies are used to competing under the carbon environment. Now the companies need to come up with new objectives, and in order to achieve these objectives, the companies need to resort to different means. For this, athletes trying to learn the taekwondo must have been a challenge, but he learned the taekwondo anyway. And I think companies can, likewise, I think companies can think about different ways of achieving the objectives. It has to do with the sustainability of the planet. It has to do with the survivability of the corporations, and therefore we need to have the Korean business to take more concrete actions to achieve the objective of sustainability. I'd like to end my debate. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Lee Young-hee has just given a discussion. I'm very curious to what Mr. Lee Siu of the Post has to say.
My name is Ishiu, and I'm working at POSCO, and it's a great honor for me to join you in this meaningful and prestigious occasion. For the past year, POSCO gave a lot of thoughts to the plan to achieve carbon neutrality. And also, we just came up with a plan and strategy, and the plan and strategy passed at our BOD meeting, and that's how my company came up with the 2050 carbon neutrality declaration. So we just came up with a carbon emission reduction target with the milestones of 2030 by 20%, 2040 by 50%. And also, we are planning to provide low carbon products. And if the low carbon products are provided by POSCO, and if they are used by our end users, then it will also make a contribution to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission, including carbon. Recently, we were asked often about how POSCO can drastically decided to declare 2050 carbon neutrality, given that it will be extremely difficult to cut down greenhouse gas emission in the steelmaking process. If I brief you on the background of the declaration of POSCO's 2050 carbon neutrality, there have been the strong the request from our global investors and our clients in terms of funding and that my company needs to have, and also in terms of the satisfaction of our clients and customers. POSCO actually needed to move toward the carbon neutrality direction. As we all know, it's very important to meet the request of global investors, including the TCFD and the request of our clients. During the business discussion with our global investors and our clients, we just realized that the world is moving toward the response to the climate change, and also we were desperate enough to review the steel manufacturing process to cut down the carbon emission being generated over the course of steel making. I would like to talk about the realistic or practical difficulties with regard to the achievement of carbon neutrality. As you may know, it's so difficult to cut down greenhouse gas emission in steel making process. I believe that the carbon neutrality should go beyond a simple catchphrase or motto. Let me take an example of a steel making process, which is quite important in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission. We actually need to heat cokes at a temperature higher than 1,100 degrees Celsius before putting it into the furnace to generate electricity. Before put it into a furnace, we actually need to cool the heated cokes down. And the nitrogen is utilized for the cooling process. And actually, the heat generated from the cooling process is also utilized and recycled for the operation of engine. And that process or the recycling is possible thanks to the equipment called the CDQ, coke dry quenching system. And actually, this system has the impact of reducing 140,000 tons of CO2 annually. And also, we just feel the need for the technological development at this unprecedented speed. And also, we came up with the conclusion that in order to achieve such a target, the efforts need to be made at the national level. And as I've mentioned before, there are certain reasons why there is so a large volume of greenhouse gas emission being made in steel making process. It's because we use coal. We actually need to separate oxygen from the iron ore, and actually we've used coal or the carbon in coal to separate the oxygen from iron ore. That's why there have been a lot of greenhouse gas emissions generated over the course of iron making. We all know that only carbon and hydrogen can separate oxygen from iron ore. In order to achieve POSCO's 2050 carbon neutrality target, we actually need to realize hydrogen reduction steelmaking technology. Carbon neutrality, it depends on the commercialization of hydrogen-based reduction iron making process and the application of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So we need 3.7 million tons of green hydrogen, and also that much amount of green electricity. to actually run the steel making factory process as it is. I believe that the efforts need to be made at the national government, such as providing the establishment of green hydrogen and green power infrastructure at the government level, and the commercialization of the hydrogen reduction steel technology at enterprise level. We are talking about corporate responsibility for carbon neutrality, and we also talk about how greenhouse gas emission can be reduced at business sites or manufacturing sites. I believe actually at the business site, we can have a different perspective. We need to see the situation from the lens of enterprises. I'm talking about steel making industry that my company engages itself in. We can develop and produce low carbon products, and also we can do better management of byproducts. So we can take a different perspective and come up with different measures to make contributions to our society to achieve carbon neutrality. For example, POSCO has developed high-strength vehicle steel plate, which is a low-carbon steel sheet. Thus increasing the fuel efficiency of motor vehicles. And another case in point is the electric vehicle related material. We developed the high energy efficiency electric steel sheet, and also POSCO successfully developed the secondary battery material to make a contribution to the realization of a carbon neutrality. So it seems that the focus of investors is what kind of movements or actions are taken by enterprises to make low carbon products, and what kind of contributions are made enterprises to carbon neutrality. POSCO is aiming at making contribution to social greenhouse gas emission reduction by providing low carbon products, and we have a plan to continue to do so. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we have heard from the panelists that represents the business group and also manufacturers. So we would like to now listen to someone who has an investor perspective. Mr. Park Sung-hyun, I give the microphone to you. Yes, my name is Park Sung-hyun, and I am affiliated to Shinhan Financial Group, and I'm responsible for CSSO activities. So as the financial experts, I always look at the numbers, and let me begin with this number, 728 million versus 0. What we have on the left is the carbon emitted as of 2019 by Korea. 0 is what Korea is going to emit in 2050. And many challenges need to be overcome in order to arrive at zero emission. And I like to talk about the investor perspective from the financial industry, what the views of the financial industry experts are on this issue. In Europe, I'm a member of the Financial Initiative at the environmental program of the United Nations, and there is a special alliance in the United Nations. All the asset management companies, insurance companies under the alliance have declared that they will go net zero. And since we are an investor, we actually move around the capital within the capital markets. We believe that carbon emission need to be reduced at our partners level as well. That is the essence of the net zero that proclaimed by financial institutions. For large companies, financial companies in Europe, they are saying that they are going to go net zero in 2050. What it means is that in 2050, European financial institutions are going to stop extending loans to companies that emit carbon. And we announced net zero banking as well at the Shinhan Financial Group. All the major, the five conglomerates in Korea have pledged to arriving at net zero emissions in 2050. So this is a trend that we are going to see strongly take place. And our challenge is that basically to reduce carbon emissions at the corporate level. This is not mandated by the law, and why are financial institutions taking such aggressive stance when it comes to the net zero financing, net zero banking? And I think this has to do with all the side effects that we are witnessing because of the climate change situation. And it's affecting us at a larger scale than we anticipated. In Europe, we have concerns because we believe that the North Pole sea level rises, the melting of the sea, the ice is very significant. And if this continues to happen, then UK is going to suffer from severe cold the weather. And some of the European countries may see that the sea level rise is going to affect them significantly. Their territories are going to be inundated with water. And so many countries are saying that they are willing to actively adopt the sea bomb by imposing taxes for the carbon adjustment. And we have to think about what the companies are going to, where companies are going to stand 10 years from now. Would they be able to continue stay healthy in 10 years? This is what we want to pay attention to. Why are we adopting the carbon neutrality? This is for survival of the businesses. We need to manage the risk in order for us to stay afloat. That is the perspective of the financial industry. We look at the transition risk of the businesses, and we want to control the emission level at the corporate sector. We want to provide adequate support to the corporate sector so that they can make a successful transition. We want to provide the right advice to the corporate sector, and that is what we are trying to do. And basically, the net zero banking that we are pursuing has to do with reducing carbon emissions. And secondly, we want to look at the pro-environmental financing activities of the corporations. We want to focus on the transition financing. So what is transition financing? Transition financing, you have to look at the energy sector. Energy sector, take the transition very seriously, and reduce the carbon emissions very seriously. But for other industries, things are quite different. I think they have about 5% readiness level compared to the energy sector. And so we need the companies, we need to have the companies taking more aggressive action. They need to take a stronger stance, and transition finance need to be adopted for their corporations. And we believe that we need to provide support, financial support. 1,000 trillion won worth of support need to be provided from the financial sector to the corporate sector. And the companies need to know well about the technology that they need to adopt. They need to establish a low carbon mechanism. This is a challenge that we must overcome. And the financial sector need to take the right action. adequate action because we believe that we are the key player in the success of the success of the transition to be made by the corporations. On the next slide, what I want to say is that there are three things you have to pay attention to. First, it's the measurement. And measurement means that you look at the impact of the companies, and it's about the controlling of the emission level and so on. And if we are to reduce carbon emissions at the company's corporate level, we have to focus on the high emitters activities. In other words, we do businesses with many businesses, but if you look at the top 50 companies, they take up about 82.8% of all our emissions. And so this top 5 corporations play a very huge role. And you have to think about the carbon intensity, CI level as well. And there are many business participants here today. But if you look at the CI, the carbon intensity level, this is going to be highly influential in us making assessment about extending loans to the businesses. So please bear that in mind. CI level is going to be very, very important in the future. There are a lot of things to be done. Even if you breathe, you're going to emit carbon, CO2. So what can you do? I think offsetting is going to be very important. So we need to make a pro-environment investments. If we can suppress carbon emissions through various technology, for example, solar energy, wind energy, these are the basic essentials. And also we hope to use the wave technology, the waves for the ocean waves are quite beneficial in this regard at the force of the wave power generation. And we are currently have intentions to provide more to develop stronger relations with companies that looks at these new technologies. And now I'd like to talk about what we do at the affiliate level. At the Shinhan Bank side, we are more active in extending loans for the pro-environment activities. And we look at the ESG scores in assessing companies. For the asset company, we look at the brand dog case. We send letters. We engage with our customers very actively. And for the last page, when it comes to net zero banking, this is not just a declaration. This is an essential element for the survival of the banking sector. What you cannot measure, you can't manage. I take the quote from the Peter Drucker. So the issue has to do with how accurately you measure carbon emissions, and this is going to be a determining factor in us being able to achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. And since we have heard all the presentations by the three panelists, we are also mindful of the online audience. We have YouTube YouTube streaming service being provided, and we will collect the questions from the online audience who would like to pose their question to the panelists through this opportunity.
It seems that we have a question about a company, SK, and it seems that the question is directed to Vice Chairman Lee of SK E&S. And since Vice Chairman Lee mentioned the suppliers in his presentation, the question is asking how the SK is planning to cooperate with the suppliers. We are talking about net zero. And SK E&S actually came up with the net zero declaration 2 months ago. We all know that there are 1 to 3 scopes of net zero. So, and scope 3 is net zero, including the supply chain and also the product that we produce and sell is being consumed by consumers, and actually even that stage is considered in scope 3 net zero. So it means that not only we produce net zero products, but also the products we purchase or the materials we purchase should be produced in net zero process. And Apple just came up with its corporate policy that it would purchase the net zero the suppliers' products only. Net zero is a perfectly carbon-free product, or RE100. The compliant products is a very strict criteria. But I believe that Apple didn't have many choices but to come up with this strict criteria because Apple's clients are kind of the major companies. And actually, if we take a look at the Korean companies' cases, we have very small and medium-sized suppliers working with and collaborating with big businesses. And that's why the situation is quite difficult for the Korean companies. There are three players, SMEs and the large companies that have business transactions with those SMEs. And the third player is the government. And when it comes to the division of role between these three players, I'm not quite sure what should be the right answer. But still, I know clearly that there are three players that should join their hands and cooperate with one another to achieve the goal of net zero. And the big businesses need to cooperate with their suppliers, SMEs, to achieve a complete net zero. And also the big businesses should take a certain level of responsibilities to make sure that the SMEs, their suppliers, also abide by net zero criteria. But it will be a very daunting task for the big businesses because the big businesses have a large number of suppliers that they work with. So it was very difficult for them to monitor and guide each and every small and medium-sized suppliers toward the direction of carbon neutrality. And it seems that big businesses need to give a lot of thoughts and make strenuous efforts toward that direction. And I believe the government came up with ambitious the goal of a net zero by 2050, and the government needs to make a relevant investment to achieve that goal. It needs to consider how it can share the burden of small and medium businesses in their way toward a net zero. Can you take the next question, please? It seems that we have questions incoming. I will read the question on behalf of online participants. It seems the social greenhouse gas reduction is quite the term which is unfamiliar to me. So I would like to know how this kind of social greenhouse gas emission can be made through your products. I think this question is directed to our speaker from POSCO. CSD or double I just came up with the guidelines for social greenhouse gas emission since 2003. And to the best of my knowledge, there are very active discussions going on how to achieve the greenhouse gas emission from the lens of social greenhouse gas emission. It seems that around 13% of greenhouse gas emission is made in transport sector. It seems that the transporting companies need to work on cut down on their greenhouse gas emission, and the most effective measure known to our society for the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission in the transport sector is to increase the fuel efficiency. And in order to increase the fuel efficiency, we need to make a car body lighter than as it is right now. We need to create better engines for automobiles to enhance the fuel efficiency. I believe that's the job that the relevant the companies, the manufacturing companies, need to do. And Also, when it comes to the greenhouse gas emission in other industrial sector, I believe that relevant companies in a specific sector and the consumers need to cooperate and need to work together. And another point that I want to make is how we can make the relevant quantitative measurement with regard to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission, particularly in the area of social greenhouse gas emission. I'm not asking that the social greenhouse gas emission contributed by companies like POSCO should be recognized. Rather, we are focusing on making contribution to the greenhouse gas emission of our society through social greenhouse gas emission. We just want to fulfill our corporate responsibility as a member of our community. WBCSD, I've mentioned what kind of moves are made. In the case of our neighboring country, Japan, it also came up with the guidelines for the social greenhouse gas emission. And also there is a comprehensive and broad discussions being made on the social greenhouse gas reduction. To the best of my knowledge, KWBCSD and the Steelmakers Association here in Korea started their discussion on social greenhouse gas reduction guidelines. Thank you very much. Can you take one last question?
띄워주시면
We have just one more question from the online audience. This is a question for the Mr. Park Sung-hee of the Shinhan the Financial Group. We have had microfinancing in the past. How is it different from the ESG financing? Yes, we do get a question like that a lot. We had green finance, we have microfinancing, we have innovative financing. The government policy changes every time, and then we had launched new products related to that. And ESG and net zero finance is a little different from those products because we come from different motivation. And the green financing, innovative financing, creative financing, these are financing product instruments that the government initiated development of. But when it comes to ESG financing or the net zero financing, these products came about because we came to develop an understanding about the situation of the companies. So we have more than 500 assets, 500 trillion won in asset being managed, and therefore we are aware of the risk that we are exposed to. So in the past, the government took the lead, but these days we believe that we are facing an urgent challenge, a daunting challenge. We must have corporations that actually take actions. In particular, for the transition financing, we believe that we provide direct support to the corporations, and we are clearly aware of the role to be played by the financial industry to make sure that zero is achieved by the businesses. We understand that we have influence with the capital that we have, and the kind of action that corporations take is critical for the economy. So we do believe that there is the very high the level of responsibility to be borne by the financial sector. We're about 10 minutes away, and actually hours are given about 10 minutes for the closing remarks. But I believe that you'd like to hear more from the panelists. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to pose some questions to the panelists, and I'd like to be very brief with my closing remark. And so let me begin with Mr. Park in the reverse order. I'll give you 1 minute or a minute and a half, perhaps, for your response. I was always interested about this point for the financial industry. From companies' point of view, you attract investment, and then the financial industry would exert influence, the pressure, right? And what is the kind of action you anticipate from the corporate sector? Because you exert the pressure and the companies will respond, right? But under the commercial code, there is like a limitation of what you can do. And you don't have a lot of means to resort to in terms of exerting pressure. What do you expect the companies to do? When in terms of the engagement, the BlackRock case is really important because BlackRock tried to engage with many major listed companies, PCF or the disclosure requirements. These are the things that were anticipated for the corporate sector. I think we are in the similar vein. So for engagement, we believe that since we extend loans, we can be very aggressive in engaging the businesses. But companies may be concerned that we made not extend loans to the companies if they don't follow our instructions. But I don't think this is the case. We want them to measure on their own, and we want them to review, and we want to provide know-how to the companies in doing so. And we would like to look at the alliance, global alliance, global initiatives, and we'd like to provide adequate support for the businesses. So this is more of an alliance. It's not as if one side is exerting pressure on the other. We're not saying that there is a certain target level to be achieved, or else we are going to stop extending loans to the businesses. We're anticipating companies to exert the best efforts, and the stopping the not extending loan would be like the last resort. It's not something that we are going to do unless certain things are not achieved. And for the SMEs, it's not that we're going to be harsh on them. There are about top 50 companies, and for the top 50 companies, we'll be actively engaging. That is what is important. Thank you very much. And now I have a question for Mr. Leo Posco.
드리고 싶은데요.
While working at the Carbon Neutrality Committee, I just came across different perspectives between the government and the enterprises. The government came up with the goal of cutting down greenhouse gas emission drastically within 10 years. However, the companies or the enterprises have different opinions or perspective. They believe that they need to have a long-term perspective, a long-term plan to cut down their greenhouse gas emissions. So what do you think about the different stance? I believe that's one of the biggest pain points that we as a company have. So the energy efficiency in the manufacturing industry here in Korea is quite outstanding and high. And it means that, in other words, there is very little room for the reduction of greenhouse gas emission in the Korean manufacturing industry. But still, we need to do our utmost to cut down the greenhouse gas emission, such as optimize our manufacturing process and replace the carbon, the material with other materials. But still, as I mentioned before, there are certain limitations. I'm not saying we cannot do that, or I'm not saying no to the government proposal. We continue to work on the measures to cut down greenhouse gas emissions. But still, I believe that the companies need to challenge to realize technological innovation in a more drastic way. And also, I'd like to propose the government that the government should shift its focus from regulation to support toward the enterprises. That's my personal opinion. Thank you very much.
And this last question goes to Lee Hyung-hee, Mr. Lee Hyung-hee of the SK Supex. People ask me, who I believe is the exemplar company. I always say it's SK Group. It's not because SK enjoys the wide media coverage. It's because it has internal system. I think SK is most advanced in having it included in its internal system. So I like to ask the top management in charge of this responsibility. This is not something you can achieve by the direct order of this chairman. You have to go through various decision-making procedures, and there's like a friction. There's also internal resistance. People pretend to know things and try to stop you. So how do you get things going? That's what I'd like to ask you. Yes, SK has done a lot. Do we do our job in a splendid manner? I have some reservations to that kind of idea. I want to do well. That's what I can say. Last year, in November, at the end of November, we made an R200 announcement, and 2 months ago we made a net zero announcement. And we had tea time conversations. If you remembered, I said that many CEOs find this very challenging within our group. For example, they may have to suffer some setback next year, but they make sure that things are going to be a lot better for other top leaders to come in 10 years' time. And not many CEOs share that kind of idea, almost none, I would say. For example, for a big business, the chairman's idea is really important, and all the constituents of the organizations, they need to come to an agreement. About 2 years ago, I think, we were able to carry out internal training. We did some consensus building, and we had a lengthy time. We spent many hours to build the consensus. And we have the internal online platform called My Son. And we have a lot of contents uploaded there, about 300, 400 different types of the contents have been uploaded in the platform, and our executives and staff had taken the course. It's a mandatory requirement. So I think on average 10 hours. Our staff, executives and staff, spent about 10 hours taking that course. So having completed the course, I think people kind of developed a general understanding that such actions are required. And many people pay attention to this because this is directly related with the future. So there is a consensus within our organizations, and from the top level, I think this is something that CEO has to agree upon, and something that CEO pursues, take action under his own initiative. So chairmen within our affiliates, they need to provide active support, and the top managements need to engage with the staff. So there needs to be like close communication between the top to all the way to the bottom for any action to be effective. And I think we foster such environment. I think 2 years of efforts had kind of led to this conducive environment. But are we perfect? Are things perfect at the SK Group? I had some reservations on that. But we are continuing to exert efforts. We feel that these are very difficult challenges, but R200 needs to be carried out to the fullness, and we'll be halfway there in realizing net zero. So we'll start with the R200 initiatives, and then we'll develop new technologies so that we can arrive at net zero. This is the methodology that we pursue. Thank you very much.
I would like to close an enterprise session within 1 minute. This is the last session of two-day forum, the enterprise session, and in other sessions actually, we including in the enterprise session, we've discussed the topic of net zero. And net zero is such a daunting task ahead of us because we need to come up with the achievement of net zero without any sufficient tools on our hand. Let us think about what happened this time last year. There was not a single expert who said that it would take less than a year to develop a vaccine for COVID-19 virus. But look where we are. I was inoculated with a COVID-19 vaccine yesterday, And I'm looking forward to having a better days after being inoculated. So what I can tell you is that if we join our hands and if there is a successful cooperation, then nothing is impossible. We can achieve the net zero. The stock price of Madonna in the early last year was cheaper than $20, but now it just skyrocketed. And what I want to tell you is that actually the stock price is 300. But the thing is that we need to cooperate, and actually the relevant reward should be provided to motivate enterprises to make movements and take actions. With this, I'd like to conclude my moderating of the session. Thank you. I'd like to ask you to give a big round of applause to the moderator and the presenters of our last session, enterprise session. Thank you very much. You may go back to your seats right now. Through the enterprise session, we came to realize and came to learn what are the tasks ahead of our enterprises to make a contribution to net zero. I believe it's very important for each stakeholder of our society to understand what kind of roles they need to play. I would like to wrap up our last session with a visual thinking picture or slide.
네, 이번 포럼 내내
Actually, we've had this great visual thinking slides for all the sessions that we have had for today and yesterday. Please give a big round of applause to this visual thinking slide. With this, I would like to wrap up our last session of JeongSeon Forum 2021 Enterprise session. We started JeongSeon Forum yesterday with the cultural opening and ceremony, and now it's time for us to wrap up two-day forum after completing our last session. The JeongSeon Forum 2021 has been held under the theme of Our Lives in a Sustainable Environment for Humanity with Earth. It's time for us to look back on 2 days that we have spent with a great passion, and it's time for us to have the closing ceremony of JeongSeon Forum 2021. Despite the spread of COVID-19 pandemic, we had active and enthusiastic participation of online users. We had 9,872 online participants and 1,023 actually registered in advance. And 9,800 people have joined this session through YouTube channel. I'd like to take this opportunity once again to extend my appreciation to all the participants for their active and enthusiastic participation. The opening ceremony was composed of Arirang performance, meeting technology-based VR performance, and the speech made by the young activist for climate action, and also the governor of Gangwon province and the county mayor joined their hands to make a promise for carbon neutrality. And also we had a keynote speech provided by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and Professor Che of Ewha Women's University gave a special lecture under the title of Ecological Tone for the Post-Pandemic Life. And also we had a plenary session as the last session of day 1. Also today, the second day of JeongSeon Forum started with the talk concert session. And also, it was followed by Earth session, environment session, Gangwon session, and enterprise session. And each and every session was meaningful, and we've had a lot of great discussions. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we had such a great 2 days here in JeongSeon, and I'm looking forward to having JeongSeon Forum 2022 next year. And I believe that we'll get together in person when we have the JeongSeon Forum 2022 next year. Now I'd like to play a video clip to sum up what happened for today, for yesterday and today. I'll be looking forward to meeting you in JeongSeon Forum 2022 next year. Thank you very much.
지난해에 이어 올해에도 코로나
Well, we have been holding the JeongSeon Forum is very difficult times this year and last year. JeongSeon Forum is a leading forum in Korea that brings about changes in the Korean society. Through the JeongSeon Forum, we do believe that we'll be able to develop a better understanding about the impact of climate change on our society. McDonald's Korea pledges to make more contributions to the Korean society through our ESG efforts, ESG activities. Because of the COVID outbreak, not many people are able to join us today live in the conference room. But because we have an online conference, we are able to have a larger audience. And I'd like to thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
지속 가능한
Sustainable planet and living together under the sustainable climate and environment. I hope to see you next year again. Thank you very much for your time.